I want Astral French fries on my Astral Knight page for Astral Knights and Astral Sages of Astralness. K Astral, thanks.
7% complete.
Hello, Mr. Max Streamer.
Hello.
How do you do?
Hello. Yes, that's
news,
me.
Today's entry to the undecided meta
Tell me.
is green tea, but like the good stuff that isn't British.
Oh, green tea.
Ponder.
You know what? I'm gonna surprise you, Daria. Perfect 10. Yep, perfect 10. I'm a green tea fan. I've also been ruined with green tea. That's right. Ever since I bought the fancy Japanese green tea from the Ginza department store, I spend too much money on green tea when I go to Japan. Perfect 10. Yep. Even number. Good score. What's up, guys? Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the VOD. Good morning, my friends. Good morning. Hello. It is indeed. What is it? Tuesday? It's Tuesday, right? It's reset day. New patch day. Wait, not new patch day. Just reset day in World of Warcraft. I am excited. I've been playing World of Warcraft recently, and I've been enjoying the hell out of it. It's been fun. So I'm looking forward to upgrading my gear today. Hopefully I get something good in my vault. You know, I always feel better on Tuesdays when I have something to look forward to. Definitely I need to start playing World of Warcraft more seriously. I know it's a counterproductive statement, but I think I want, by more seriously I mean that I want to maybe like try getting back into Mythic Plus or raiding. It's just a lot up front to learn routes for a new season, you know, but I don't know, I'm enjoying it. Ella and I are having fun, so I want to see if maybe I can get some of the boys back together. See if we can get like Paper and Dashto and Thorkin and whoever on, and maybe do some Mythic Plus or some shit. I don't know. It'd be fun. But yes, it's reset day, so which means that we need to do some resetting of some art projects. You see, I have a bit of a predicament here. We have some Astral Knight class we have some Astral Knight class design stuff to do. And I need some help with that one today. So we're going to need to chat. There we go. Chat about it a bit and figure out what cool things to put in for the Astral Knight class. But good morning, Jacob. Good morning, Garth. And good to see you, Cass. Can't wait to see the sketches fill out the Astral Knight pages as told in today's Discord announcement. That's the plan. So we got some PDFs up. We're gonna do a little bit of research. We're gonna do some chatting. It's gonna be good. Good morning, Alf. Thanks for the is that a lurk emote? That's a lurk emote. Thanks for the lurk, Alf. Appreciate it, bro. Good morning, Steel. Thank you for the 30 months. Holy shit. Steel, it's good to see you, bro. Welcome back. Missed ya. Good morning, Aduria. Thank you for the 100 bits in the meta entry. Good morning, Thorkin. What's going on, man? Hunt, good to see you. What am I class am I playing? I play Warrior. I've been Warrior main since I was since vanilla for like 20 years. But I mainly play tank as a role. So whatever tank is meta for the season, I'll play that. But I prefer to play my Warrior. Just because everything's on there. Though with like warband stuff, I think with warband stuff it's easier to play like a diverse account now. So I tend to prefer Warrior. I love Paladin tanking. Just the quality of life on Paladin tanking is so nice. Oh my god, it's so nice to be the quality of life for Paladin tanking. But Paladins are a little squishy right now. I don't particularly enjoy the Death Knight tank playstyle. When it's meta, it's like it's fine when it's meta because it's always unbelievably good when it's meta, and when it's not meta, it's whatever. Brewmaster's better in the War Within, so I don't mind playing that if I have to. Vengeance Demon Hunter is just, I don't know, it's I just played it for so many meta seasons that I don't really love it. Who am I forgetting? Oh, Druid. I haven't played a Druid in a long time, and I know they're kind of meta, so maybe I'll play that in the next season. I'll play my Druid and see what's up. But I don't know. You still play Hunt? What kind of class do you play? Where are your Astral French fries? Your Astral French fries. You don't get Astral French fries, Steel. Yep, the Astral French fry is adequately priced as the NVIDIA 5090 Astral GPU is $4,500 Canadian. Thus, all things Astral are now more expensive, meaning that the Astral Knights are also more expensive. However, the Astral French fries are unobtainable for people like you and me who simply live in the real world. We don't have Bugattis, so we can't afford Astral French fries. So that's the way it is, man. I'm subs to know if the others come back. Fuck yeah, dude. You know, honestly, Thorkin, the solo progression path for WoW right now has been pretty satisfying. It's been pretty fun to do delves and stuff like that. Like they like I said, they increased the level cap on, or the item level cap on what you can get in delves. They've increased the delve difficulty, so you can clear 3 delves a week at the highest level, and they're kind of satisfying little, like, you know, romps. and get some pretty dope ass gear. And like, dude, with being able to craft at the highest level through Delve crests alone is like so satisfying. To be able to craft a literal through 675 weapon just from doing Delve crests for a couple weeks is really dope. So I don't know, probably part of why I'm enjoying it right now is because I can do solo progression, so I don't have to join. I really want to join a raid though. I really want a raid group again, just a 1 night a week normal heroic raid, you know? I don't know, man. What's up, Ronnie? I feel the same with my rogue character. Yeah, like you prefer to play it but you'll play any melee, or yeah, I mean, like rogues are great. What is it? Subtlety right? No, assassination. I forget what's better right now. I don't know. Good morning, Atari. What's up, Bo? Tariffs hit the Astral Aura. Yes, the tariffs did hit the Astral Aura. In fact, are there tariffs in Canada right now? I forget. There was so much drama for so long about tariffs going in and out. Do we have tariffs? Is that a thing? Am I gonna buy shit and are we? Is that what? We shouldn't have work today. Probably would have finished my live 2D model last night if I didn't have to sleep. Are you that close? Really? Are you like done the art, or are you rigging it, or where are you at for that, Steel? That's pretty exciting. The Stonehouse Anatomy book, dude. Stonehouse Anatomy is so good. I've been going through my book. I've had to use Google Translate a little bit because mine's in Korean. And I've had to like translate occasional words here and there, but it's a great book. I'm thoroughly enjoying it. I really want to go through the whole thing, but that's a bit of an endeavor right now. So maybe that'll be a summer project, as I'll try and finish the entire book by like August. But summer challenges are going well. The art stuff is going well. My walking challenge has started and has been going well. I've hit my 10K every day that I've wanted to since I started the Conqueror app, which has been really fun. I've been really enjoying this, dude. Doing the little like Conqueror walking app thingy. It's been fun. I'm 17 kilometers through my 208 or 230-ish kilometer walk around the Boonta Eve circuit in Star Wars. So it's been fun. I think I get to plant a tree soon, or no, plastic from the ocean. That's the path I chose. So I don't know. I wasn't sure if it'd be worth the $50 to do one of these challenges, but it's been good. I've been actually thoroughly enjoying it. I'm 9.1 kilometers ahead. You're nailing it, Evan. Wow. Thanks for the encouragement, app. Wow, dude. And L is doing the Lord of the Rings one. Sir Cobalt got the Lord of the Rings one too, so he's gonna be doing it. The Conqueror, yes, B-Town. We're doing the prep challenge for the Summer Fitness Challenge. So the Summer Fitness Challenge is gonna be pretty in depth this year. It's gonna be pretty in depth. I don't know how it's gonna format exactly. I'm thinking we're gonna do another 1 month challenge, and it's gonna be up to 3, like choose your distance, 100, 200, or 300 kilometers. 300 kilometers in 1 month is a lot. It's about 11,000 steps a day, but I think it's entirely manageable. So I'm thinking about that maybe. I really wanted to do the multi-month like walking challenge, June, July, August, but last time we did that, I think interest just waned and tapered off super hard towards the end of the first month. So, you know, I guess if people are going to go out there and go for some adventures and stuff, you know, not a bad idea, but still, it's probably better to keep it a more limited, you know, scope as far as a singular challenge, and then do other things like the Conqueror challenges if people want to do them together outside of the main Eldara one. So, Ikibo, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Hopping on to ask what brush type I should use for painting and shading. I have a very rough art style. So when it comes to brushes, are you talking about Photoshop or Clip, or what program are you talking about here? Because the brush specifically for Photoshop versus Clip. For Photoshop, okay. So for Photoshop, it's a bit more difficult. What brush would I recommend you use? It's going to be a bit of a tricky answer, but I have to give you the correct answer. The correct answer is to learn how to build brushes, and then you'll know what you want out of it. And that's unsatisfying. And I get it, because you're like, dude, I asked for what brush to use, not how to not if I should go learn brushes. The problem is for Photoshop, brushes are so particular and you can fine tune so many knobs that the problem is that if you don't know how to sort of like manipulate the software to be able to find the brush for your specific painting style, especially if you're rougher, that's easier actually. I really would recommend you spending 2 hours tutorialing how to build a brush in Photoshop. It's very daunting because there's so many options. I get that, but if you find a great tutorial on YouTube, which I'm sure there are some, and you're willing to spend an hour or 2 hours, you will never need to ask or wonder that ever again for the rest of your art career. Trust me, it is the biggest investment you can put into yourself for Photoshop, for painting within the program, is learning how to use or learning how to build brushes. It seriously is game changing. What you could also do if you can't quite tolerate that, if you can't quite stomach 2 hours of tutorials, is I would just start grabbing, if you don't know what you're looking for necessarily because you don't know how to build a brush, I would just start grabbing Painterly brush packs. So painters like Greg Rutowski, Dave Greco, there's a couple. I mean, the meme is if they're a digital painter and their name is Polish or sounds Eastern European, grab their brush pack. You'll probably find some there that you really like. But I would say maybe if you need a starting point, go with Greg Rutowski's brush packs. I don't know where you can find them. I think he has them in his tutorials on like ArtStation and stuff, but you might be able to find them for free on the internet somewhere anyway. But Greg Rutowski, definitely a big, very, very rough style, kind of like messy painter that I think you might find some brushes. And I use a couple of Greg Rutowski's brushes. And I've also changed a bunch of his as well for various, needs for myself. So definitely go that route. But I really do recommend for Photoshop specifically, spending the 2 hours annoyingly slogging through learning how to build brushes yourself. It's worth it. You just gotta trust me on that one. Glad Duties in work in progress. Oh shit. Okay, we'll go take a look at that shit. Most YouTubers have their brushes available somewhere. They do, yeah. That's one thing that a lot of like artists kind of look for other artists is what brushes they've acquired and accumulated and what brushes they've built. But a lot of that is inspiration. You know, very rarely do I grab a brush from another artist and I just straight up use that. Very, very rarely. I'll take an inspiration from it, or I'll take an idea from it, or a texture from a brush, but I'll rebuild it for myself for what kind of painting purposes I need. Because when I'm painting, like when I'm actually painting, like this isn't a painting, this is a sketch. When I'm actually painting, I'm also a very rough painter. So I use like for example, I love brushes like, ooh, what the fuck? Hold up. What the hell? What? Hold on, is my Cintiq not working? Hold up. What? Hello? Okay. We're gonna try and restart my Cintiq. This might fuck everything up just briefly. So prepare. Okay. Oh, that didn't freeze things too bad. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. We're gonna give it like 15 seconds before I restart it. We're gonna get like 15 seconds. This is not. This is nerve-wracking. Ooh, man, we're about to have the shortest stream of the year. Holy. See how long Evan Blair Art can monologue about art before actually making any. Okay. All right. We shall restart. Ooh, that briefly froze my stream. Okay. All right. This is a gremlin I haven't had in a long time. Okay. Let's see if it works. God damn it. God damn it. Okay. Okay. I guess we're doing a recalibration on stream. All right, Wacom. We'll do this shit. We'll do this shit together. As a guild, we'll all recalibrate the tablet together. And boys, we might need a new tablet. Yo, hey, yo, can we just get real quick, just a quick, how much is $5,000 Canadian in subs? How much is that in subs? Can you just get a quick, like, what, like a 1,000 gifted subs in chat real quick? Just for a new tablet? Hold on. I think this might be okay. I think I just have to recalibrate things. We're gonna try. So normally when this happens, it means that I have to restart my computer and my stream and potentially spend hours fucking figuring out how to tablet. We're gonna hope that that's not what's gonna happen today. So We're gonna hope that's not the issue, because I would really like to make art today. I would really love to have a nice, relaxed art stream. And we're gonna see if it works. We're gonna make sure. We're gonna make sure. Why aren't you starting, Wacom? Where's your thing? Wacom. Wacom, Wacom, Wacom. Give me the Wacom thing. It doesn't want to? Wait, hold on. Your tablet driver is not responding. Click OK to restart the driver. Yes, sir. All right. Wait, what if this works? Us, Evan, the tablet, we're all a team. Exactly. All of us. All of us. And we'll all contribute to the new tablet. It should be fine. I'm trying. I'm doing whatever Wacom said. Honestly, I'm glad there's a big, like, alert that said your drivers aren't fucking working, because the problem is when it doesn't say that, that's even worse. When it doesn't say that there's, like, a big issue, then that's concerning. Oh, hey, that was suspiciously easy. Suspiciously easy. Okay, all right. Okay, I think it feels a little weird. Something's off here. What is off about this? Might just be calibration. Might have to also recalibrate. I'm surprised that worked, actually. All right, well, whatever. I'll show you the brush now that I was going to show you. We'll just see if it works. So, for instance, this is a brush that I use often. That's a very messy brush, but I really love this brush for painting. Right, so I do a lot of my painting with it. This is a brush that I go to a lot. So yeah, any kind of like super messy like painterly brushes that you get from any of these like Polish painters. There's like Greg Rutowski, there's like a whole bunch of other guys that basically, like, it is a meme right now that the Eastern European painters are the best painters out there. And they have been for the last 200 years. And it kind of translates into the digital world too. So there's something about the Eastern European, like one thing that artists don't love to talk about, which is like kind of funny, but it's true, is that culture does impact quite a bit your painting style and your art style. And so I've found that there are certain trends from an American concept art scene to the European, to the Japanese, to the Korean, to the Chinese. You can always tell, well, not always, but you can more often than not tell where a painter is from the world. Koreans have a very specific style in the way that they like their art. And it's not all the memes of like thunder thighs and like 8 foot tall, like gigatit, you know, whatever chicks. There are certain painting nuances and stuff in Korean art. You see it a lot if you look at like lost artwork, design as well as art style. Japanese artists obviously favor anime. It's not a meme. They favor that shit like it's not even, you know, an issue for them. Chinese painters, they have a very different sort of ephemeral painting style. It's kind of somewhere in between very stylized like anime-y and American concept, because they're learning from both, but they have a very specific style to the way they paint. Coincidentally, Europeans have a more traditional style, and Eastern Europeans have the most traditional painterly style, which is why I think a lot of people look up to the Eastern Europeans as the best painters of our generation, because they have the classical technique down so well. So yeah, you can definitely, I mean, that's like it sounds like it's too general. I'm like, come on, Evan, you're not gonna actually just tell me to go look for anyone with a decent painter with an Eastern European sounding name. I am absolutely gonna tell you to do that, because it's true, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it. But it's absolutely true that if you want to generalize, you will find better, messier, rougher, more painterly brushes from Eastern European painters. But I think it works. I think the tablet works now. I don't know what the fuck that was, but I think it works. I'm hoping it works and we don't have an issue. But yo, what's up, Say? Thanks for the raid, bro. Hello. How's it going, Say? Good to see ya. Good stream earlier. Say apparently entering the world as a professional commissioned artist. So now accepting commissions for reasonable rates. That's important. That's impressive. Good job, Say. I'm proud of you. And thank you, Dark, for the tier 3, bro. What's up? Welcome in. Welcome in, Diamond Crumb holders, Samurai and Dark.
Less
What's up,
than
guys?
3.
Holy shit, dude. Say, come on, bro. Say, you don't gotta do that. Don't be maintaining a sub to my chat, all right? Come on, bro. I appreciate it though. Thank you, Say. That's incredibly generous of you, and I appreciate. Thank you, both of you, Dark and Say, for the subs. That means the world. So, thanks, man. Good stream, guys. If you aren't following Say, Say's an amazing painter and lovely, and Say is somebody I am taking very seriously as somebody that I want to see succeed as an artist. So I'm personally invested myself in Say's success. So, cheers, Say. You're amazing. Well, it's not a cult. It's not a cult. No, stop, Nick. Stop, bro. Bro, come on. I was insulted by my question. Didn't know how to respond. Wait, it was the Photoshop or which part? So the Wacom, the Cintiq? They all look like they're K-pop and Korea. Oh, I see. Okay. All right, fair enough. The tablet, yeah. The tablet was just off put by it for some reason. No, I think it's fine now. I think it's good. I think it's just a small, whatever issue. You're undeserving, Say? You think you're undeserving of the attention and of the praise and the accolades that come along with it? Say, I see undeserving artists all the fucking time, and you're so far away from that, it's not even funny. I don't even know how to entertain that fucking meme that you're undeserving of the attention, praise, and commitment. No, I see undeserving. You know who's undeserving? Artists that say I want to improve, and when I say go do this, they say it's a lot of work. All right, that's who's fucking undeserving of attention, praise, and approval, is the artists that say they want to make it as an artist, but then aren't willing to put in the very bare fucking minimum. You go above and beyond that, which makes you automatically worthy. Honestly, it sounds kind of grim, but the bar is on the floor. And most artists get out the shovel to start digging. Oh God, what did I do? What the fuck? Weird. Anyway, keyboard went busted. No, I mean you're obviously working very hard, and it's awesome to watch your journey. I can tell you why, Evan. I don't mind saying this. Eastern European art schools are both harder to get into and much more strict. To the point where the more Eastern you go, the more bruises you get. As an Eastern European can confirm, there is no tough love. There's only tough truth. Sure, I mean, a lot of it does come down to partly that kind of rough and tumble Slavic culture. I mean, obviously not all Eastern Europeans are Slavs, but generally that Eastern European sort of like within Slavic culture and painting, it's a bit more rough and tumble as you go further east. They are definitely usually more, what's the word? Tolerant, I guess, of the pain that comes along with learning and mastering.
Oh, let's say something smart.
Thanks, Jacob.
Hello, chat and
100 bits, man.
It is I,
What's up, bro? What's up, man? Thanks for the 100 bits. Appreciate that. Oh, shit. Hype Train? What? New record, Hype Train? Guys, are we going to hit rank 16 today on the Hype Train? Oh, my God. Every time we break a new record, I'll give away a promo. Let's fucking go, dude. Holy shit. Thanks for the Hype Train. Thanks, man. Thanks, Samurai, for the 100 bits as well. I appreciate that, bro. Tired Twitch just now giving me Evan's Twitch notifications. Damn, Sleepy. Damn. Only now? Well, at least it's not bugging out like it did on yesterday where it says I'm offline. If y'all try hard enough, we can do it. Exactly. We can all do it if we try. If we all try hard enough, Atari, to give me money, we can all do it together. Thank you for the bits and the sub, guys. I appreciate it. No, I mean, part of it also comes with what Alpha's saying about that. There is also, if you want to know the kind of the context of why the Eastern Europeans are better painters, a lot of it does have to come with religious reformation and New Age contemporary rebellion. So France basically ruined art for a lot of people. They didn't respond well to there wasn't a, and this is a very, very brief overview. So if you know as much about art history as I do, and you hear me just glossing over things, just understand why. It's too deep to go into, but basically a TLDR of why Eastern European painters culturally maintain the classicalism partly is because there was always a religious undertone to the art in the Eastern Orthodox and the Byzantine sort of lineage. So you had the Western Europeans doing the more contemporary, more modern sort of art movements, that kind of stuff over there. Whereas in the East, there was a traditional classicalism, the respect for it that you still get in Southern Europe a little bit too. But regardless, painters were valued as classical skill trained painters. So yeah, they are harder to get into art schools overall in Eastern Europe, and they are more classically demanding, things like that. But it also does come to culture too. The kind of art that you value, that you see around, you see beautiful works of painterly grace and whatever in your churches and your towns and whatnot that you don't see elsewhere. Certainly not in America in a lot of ways. So that's one of the reasons why classical art maintained strength in its sort of like education foundations in Eastern Europe and kind of faded as it went further west. But I mean, the modern age is you can learn anything anywhere as long as you go to a good enough school and are willing to try hard enough. So no, it's good, man. It is a meme though that if you see a painter with an Eastern European name, they're gonna be just like a generally better painter. Right, almost level 2. Oh man, we almost got to level 2. Shit, god damn it, man. Too bad. Well, maybe we can all earn a special Eldara promo release later. We'll see. I don't know. We have another hour before we can try to break the hype train record again. So we'll see if we can do it then. As a community. I just now that I hear, how do I color digitally so my drawings don't look flat? God, how to color digitally so your drawings don't look flat? I mean, that's too broad of a question without knowing a lot about your style, and the kind of work that you produce. To be honest, I'd love to be able to give you like an easy answer on it, but to avoid like you can arrive at flat, dull color in so many different ways that there's not really an easy way for me to say here's one way. I'd like the best, most like AoE net unsatisfying answer to that is probably something along the lines of paint with your light as opposed to color, or sorry, as opposed to form, and don't paint grayscale and then colorize it. That's the easiest, that's the biggest, I think, general catch-all issue for a lot of artists for having flat color, is they start painting grayscale and don't transition from grayscale to color or at all. Like either they keep their grayscale too long in the process. Some really good painters do start grayscale, but they transition to color almost immediately. Right? Almost immediately. So it's gonna be a long microtransaction to Ruby Crumb. God, it's not worth it, Samurai. What are you doing? Stop it. The Ruby Crumb, the dye is worth it, but the Ruby Crumb is not worth it. Like of course Ella Blackwood exclusive Ruby Crumb is of course worth it. But is the Ruby Crumb microtransaction worth it for the stupid $500 emote? We'll just ask Alf. He said that he earned his Ruby and he's never earning another Crumb again because he thought that it was a giant scam. So just talk to the microtransactors in chat and they'll all tell you that it wasn't worth it. So yeah, what's up, Stim? Hello, Stim. I heard you're being productive. I saw on Twitter. So good job, Saskatchewaning the shit out of your yard and your gardens and your planters. I'm very impressed. So good on you, Stim. Good to see you though. Good morning. Hello. Roll 1D. Oh, it's just exclamation D100. Dark. Yeah. Exclamation D100. That's how you roll the D100. Did you Green Dragon check or something? Oh, you did. Okay. Yeah, I don't even notice that shit in chat anymore. A 9. Unfortunately, on your D percentile, you got a 9, which is 91 too shy of me drawing you a Green Dragon. But you can try again with 5,000 channel points tomorrow. So feel like a dad, right? Just mowing the lawn and getting the gardens ready. Holy shit, dude. I'm impressed. I wish I had a garden. I really do. I wish I had a garden to like tend and till and be an old man with. Man, goddamn. Okay, well, you do the Alexandrite crumb, Alf. That is fair, I guess. All right. Also, my crumbs are still gone. I still can't see all of them. Wait, can I? Hold on. I was trying to post all of them in Say's chat to assault them with microtransaction emotes, and I couldn't see all of them. But do I see them today? Hold on. There's Sunstone, Onyx, Opal. Oh, there they are. Okay. Okay, so they were just broken yesterday. But I couldn't see my $5,000 emote. There's my $5,000 emote. Can I wait, can I gigantify today or is it still broken? Let's see if I can gigantify my $5,000 emote. I can! There it is, man. Holy shit. If you were ever wondering what a $5,000 emote on Twitch looks like, that's what you get. So, all right, we gotta do some class artwork today. What does this mean? This means sketches, because when you go into the Astral Knight class layout, for those of you who've seen the beta, the initial very brief beta release, you will see this PDF, not in this layout, properly paged. And guess what? What can we all say about this layout initially? It looks like shit. And that's okay, because it's the first rough draft beta just to get the information out there to the people. So that's fine. But today we need to start thinking about actually intentionally making it not shit, so that when we release the class in its full totality, it doesn't look like shit. That's right. Yep, that's the, if you're wondering how professional artists do it, this is this right here is the decision-making process, to take something that looks like shit and decide to make it not look like shit. So I want to rely on my strengths, which I'm not doing right now, which is sketching. So if we go through these classes, we'll see all sorts of nice little fillers for pieces of art, little splash paintings, all grayscale for the most part, I think, for all the classes, and that's fine. I was going to do this kind of Eldarin sort of background that I have for all the Eldara branding, but for the class, I think I should move to the parchment texture, and I should really embrace the sketch and parchment sort of sides of things that I normally do. So I think we need to do some little sketches. Things like this is perfect. Little holy symbols and whatever, you know? Little bullshit like that. I think that is the play. So we have some sketch art that I need to kind of like assemble, but like this is 3 sketches. So this is a character sketch, which I already have like this color sketch. We can just put it into the sketch version of it. And then there's a background here of like a side street with some class sort of logoing, branding, some other little trinkets. I think these kind of pieces, these little sketches, are going to be really easy to make, but they also help paint a great picture. Any kind of location is great, but the little trinkets, the little, like, you know, strange little sketches here and there, they're the ones that I think sell this quite a bit. Even the landscapes in behind the, like, what is this? Tables, I think really do a good job of this. So, like, what the fuck is that? It's a bowl, a scarf, and a spoon. I don't know, man. I like it, though. Do you put an Astral Knight bowl, an Astral Knight scarf, and an Astral Knight spoon? No. If I was going to draw scarves, I would just be drawing Alfhex fan art. So, yeah, I think that I want to think about starting to do some of these today. Little sketches that we can pop in here to make the class sort of more, I don't know, feel more Eldarin. Now, I was going to do it all in color, and I was going to do it all, you know, fancy like, with the paintings and stuff, and how it'd be really bright and beautiful and colorful. But I realized that as I was placing some of these sketches on, the sketches really require the background that I have for my other sketch work. So this background, which means that I'm not relying on, or I'm not like leaning on my strengths. And so I think today we need to go back to that. So this was a good idea for a further down the line product that I want to make that has the like color, you know, paintings and is really pretty and beautiful and whatnot. But I think today, and for the initial releases of things, we go back to the roots of what I do well for my D&D sketching, and really rely on that kind of that background parchment texture, this kind of thing. Go back to this, because if I grab one of these little sketches and we grab one of our like Astral Knight sort of like, I don't know, robes or whatever, and we go down to where's layout 10? Page 10 is right here. And I place this on here, it doesn't look awful, but it just doesn't quite have it. And so there is maybe a saving grace for it. Maybe we can salvage it. I don't know. But I'm going to assume that we can't use the white background right now, that we should go back to doing the sketches. Right now, thankfully, it doesn't change the little art that we need to make. So little like form skill things like this. I also want to put in little like kind of diagrams of Astral Knights doing their Astral Knight thing for the spells. Maybe like do little art kind of spell whatever things here and there for some of them, for Rune Strike or whatever. But definitely some of the trinkature, is that a real word? The trinkature that you'll find, some of the Astral Knight seals and runes, things like this, like little scenes from the temple, but obviously not in color. So I want to kind of focus on that today. So we'll be doing a bunch of little tiny sketches and hopefully getting something kind of unique here built for the Astral Knight class. Sure, I don't wear a scarf, but I appreciate it. I literally clicked on your profile picture and you're literally wearing a scarf. What are you talking about, Alf? What I saw, is that not a scarf on your VTuber? When you and Kitsune were doing your podcast and I'm sitting there observing Alf the Scarfed. What are you talking about? What is this slander? Come on, man. That's a turtleneck? Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Fine. Dan, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome in. How about the inside of the room after the initiation procedure where 90% of the initiates are dead and have been dead for a couple of weeks? That's a great idea. But I think it might be a bit grim for some of our newer Astral Knight players. So, good idea. But... but not welcoming. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's probably like deeper into. Maybe we'll put that with the spells at the end. Playing an Astral Knight section. We can consider that for. Bright and beautiful and full of color, like rainbow bright. Not that bright. Hold on. Come on. Let's not get crazy over here. All right. We need to be bright and beautiful and full of color, like Dark Souls or Elden Ring. That's what we need to do for the Astral Knights. So. Fucking turtleneck. Okay, dude. So, what can we draw? I'm thinking some example of weapons, some example of armor, gauntlets. I think that the actual items of an Astral Knight might be kind of nice to have. Inspirations of materials and patterns. I definitely think having a page of some of like these type of concepts in here are kind of a good idea, of having like some of the different like Astral Knight sort of like robes and whatnot, and how they might dress and how the armor might be kind of put together, kind of acting as a bit of a style guide. Because here's the challenge for Astral Knight players, and for generally players for Eldara, you need to treat them sort of like they're developers, right? Because people, when they're making a character, and I think this is something very interesting for RPGs, like TTRPGs, is a lot of them really kind of LARP as concept developers and designers while creating their characters, which is really cool, really fun. So that's why we have like, maybe the word is like unconscious style guides for our classes, for our characters. And I think we build in a little bit of that, like, I don't know, consistency and style and design consistency without necessarily knowing it, right? We were inspired by things. So we're going to sort of like take kind of a style guide, like if we were giving it to a concept art team, and sort of apply it a little bit into our overall document here to kind of give players a bit of a sense of what their character can kind of look like, I think. Because Astral Knights are a bit more of a narrow subject here. Obviously, people are going to play what they're going to play. They're going to play Astral Knights however they want. I don't know. I don't care. Whatever. People made art for Astral Knights that look nothing like Astral Knights, and that's amazing. And I love it. But I need to be consistent for my releases anyway. So I think that's what's going to happen today. Is we need to try and build some of that in, as well as the little sketches, reinforcing styles. So the runes, we want to make like a couple of different designs of runes, like these ones, so people get a good sense of the difference between an Astral Knight and an Astral Sage. And generally just make some little order items. So maybe figuring out where we're gonna, like, where the application, like we can either do one of two ways. We can either make art and shove it in here, or find places and spaces and figure out how to like plop the art in. You know, like creating the Astral Knight under here. What kind of sketch could go like right under here? You know, is this the right page? 2 it is. You know, what kind of sketch can go just at the bottom of the page down here? Something very small, like maybe a necklace and, I don't know, a dagger or whatever. Why am I using my mouse right now? I have a $5,000 tablet or $4,000 tablet. Why am I using a mouse to do this? So yeah, so like little, like we could take a couple little sketches of doing like a little. Why is this like pulling towards the guide? All right, whatever. Yeah, I think, and I don't really want to do it on this piece. It'd be interesting to draw it like on the actual thing, but I think it's better to do it in the design guide here. So, do I want to record the process for this, or? maybe we'll record the process for this. I can like zoom in on, how do I do this? How do I do this? What's up, Dragon? Coming with a small drink reminder. I appreciate it. Thank you. I've been hydrating this morning. I understand why I thought it was a scarf. The hoodie going over it makes it look like a scarf. Well, I especially thought on your model there was a scarf there, so I don't know. I guess I was wrong. The chief characteristics you created for the knights are their swords. They are. And the swords, the armor, and the silhouette are going to be very important. So the silhouette of the Astral Knight is going to be very useful to reference. The actual design motifs are less important. I want them to have more of like, if you look at the, like if we're going to LARP as costume designers for a minute, and we look at the costuming of Astral Knights, I think that I want to make them pretty diverse within their own specific expression, so long as they fit into a main silhouette and style, right? So they all kind of look like they're part of the same group with obviously uniqueness. And that's really hard to do because people don't understand the nuance from a distance. And when you start talking about things like uniqueness and style and silhouette, you start to lose people that aren't like thinking about that very deeply. So we need to influence it gently without making it seem like it's a hard rule to have people create characters that fit within the style and the design without necessarily knowing it, because you do that for almost every class. Every class has a unique silhouette and style, right? That is kind of designed intentionally made by wizards. So cleric players have a very different silhouette than fighters, even though they're very similar in, as far as their gear goes. And that's by design too. And so you might create a cleric that looks and fits like a cleric versus a bard or a fighter that looks and fits like a bard and a fighter, and you might not understand why. And that's exactly the point, is that you're doing things and you're designing things with a general influence in the back of your head about whatever it is you're designing without knowing why you're doing it, because that's the way it goes, man. That's the way we do it. That's the way concept art works. So but it's generally the turtleneck. I was told my artist's art is my artist's art is bad in a new way. What? I didn't say that. I didn't say shit. What do you mean? Evan, you nerd check stream topics. Oh god. Oh, do I check stream topics? Oh my god. How big of a bit badge do you have, Alf? Oh, you're a tier 3. I'll check tier stream topics for a tier 3, sure, man. Kidding. What's the stream topics? Let's see. That is... Oh, I'm not talking about this. I'm talking about this shit, dude. I ain't talking about this art, bro. I'm talking about this right here. That shit, that like light green on top of the dark, that absolutely looks like a scarf. The way it wraps around. Yeah. I ain't talking about like this art. Like that's fine, whatever. I'm talking about this shit right here. That's some scarf ass looking art right there. Yeah, that's a scarf. Okay, all right. Listen, man, I'm being fucking gassy. Yeah. I was feeling super moody and he made me this. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. All right. Trinkets for the class. Where do we want to start? Do I want to record the process for this? Would that be a good video? Class development. I think it'd be fun, right? Yeah. All right. Well, let's do it. How do I record process on this video? Do I have a frame? Please tell me I have a frame. Nope. 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 No. Oh, I have a frame. Wait. No, that doesn't work. Oh. Okay, this is gonna be a bit of a messy process to get together, but I think it'll be fine. So we're gonna move this over here. We're gonna zoom in on this over here. I think this will work, actually. This might be a really cool banging video to make. A process development of creating the visual designs for a class. So it'll be all sorts of little items and trinkets and whatnot. And I can even pair that with art of the class of like Alicia or someone like that. That'd be kind of cool. Why does it feel a little short right now? Weird. All right, whatever. I'm gonna call this the frame, and then so I really want to start making some videos about sort of more of the process of creating classes and creating stuff for Eldara. So kind of mixing art videos, process videos, D&D videos with Eldara lore videos if I can. So I want to tell a bit of a story about the class, talk about the release a little bit. And so I think having this being the first video where I will go into in depth on it, I think that's kind of a good idea. So if I work here in the middle, and I do a little, I gotta try and fit all my things here in one like frame or whatever. So I need to either work square or vertical. Can't work horizontal. That's fine. Not a big deal. Okay, so let's start with some jewelry. Let's start with some medallions. So what do we have as an example for Charlotte? Maybe Charlotte. Does she have a medallion? She does. She has a couple of Eldarin medallions. Maybe we'll do a couple of little necklaces. We have a couple of different examples here. Some Astral Knight rings, things like that. Let's maybe try and go a little bit more with the typical Astral Knight sort of style, and then we'll do a couple of others, maybe like a signet ring or whatever. So I'm gonna hit record on that, and here we go. Dude, it's so satisfying to have like legitimately a bunch of stuff like coming out for the adventure, so that I can like start making art that's more, you know, it feels like it's more part of something bigger as opposed to just like me making like theoretical concept art for something that doesn't exist yet. That's very satisfying, I will admit. Though this is too red. I need like to save a swatch or whatever for my like base sort of color that I do everything in. Dora. I need to save this brown. I usually do that on like bigger documents, but there we go. Thank you, Zora. All right. Okay, so we need to make a couple of Astral Knight rings. So Astral Knight and Astral Sage rings are a bit different in that Astral Sages use a lot of this leaf sort of pattern. Astral Knights use more of a spiky kind of like pattern here. So an Astral Knight ring might look like that, an Astral Sage ring might look like that. That's one of the big sort of design motifs, is that the Astral Knights have a bit more of an edge and a sharpness to them in a lot of ways. And we communicate that in design in like subtle ways that people kind of like meme about. Like, it's one of those things that if you talk to people who aren't like concept developers and you're like, yeah, you want to give them like a sharper edge, people are like, oh, because they're edgy. And you're like, yeah, literally. Yeah, congratulations, you caught on. Good job. Like, oh, okay. Yeah, no, congratulations, you identified the pattern. Good for you. Let's go, dude. So we're gonna do a bit of that today, I think. Some of these sharper designs. Use a couple of the Astral Steel swords with slight design differences for the background of the class. Yeah, I definitely want to do a couple of those. So that's also a great idea, is having like some of the hilts of them maybe like lined up, and also showing off. So we're gonna do this first piece is gonna be a dagger and pendant together, maybe a signet ring, to show off some of the different Astral Knighty kind of design styles that you can get. Is this image too small? This is 60 by 9. It's a bit small. It should be fine. Maybe I just work larger, actually. All right, whatever. We can do these very satisfying mandala designs as well. Okay. Definitely make these miniful. And maybe some of like there's not really an established like set of these like ring rune type things that we need to reference from. And I kind of want to make like 100 of them and just like put them all in like one spot so that we have, you know, a general design brief on how to make the Sage and Knight rings. And I am considering making them 8-pointed instead of 6-pointed. I know I've made everything 6-pointed, but I may make them 8-point. So I kind of like the detail and density in there, but I don't know. I don't know. I kind of want there to be like a rule they follow where they're like a certain, you know, they're either like 4, 6, or 8 point runes. It's probably fine. You know, can make the Astral Knight super edgy and give them like 7 points or whatever, and have that be like an odd numbers type thing. I mean, what would that even look like actually? We did a 7-pointed mandala. How elegant versus not would that be? It's too much of a starburst, I think, at this point in time. But it kind of looks rad, though, hey? Doesn't look too bad, actually. It has... It's not... So the problem is it doesn't have symmetry to it. And I think there needs to be either a horizontal or a overall radial symmetry to it. So we could try 8 and see if they look too busy and too starbursty. Wadden Art and Hunt Evening, thanks for the follows, guys. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Honored to have both of you. Seriously, thank you. Welcome in. So we'll try. We'll see. I definitely think that going above 6 points is too... Like, maybe these are like large temple runes or something like that you'd only see. I don't know, because it looks too either sun or snowflakey when you get to this point, I think. There's an elegance between 4 and 6 pointed stars. But I think you go to a little bit too... Maybe. I mean, maybe this is okay. Sometimes you have to like do a couple of them and then figure out why you like it or don't like it and trust your gut. This will come to me when I'm like contemplating this on my walk today or after stream or whatever. Which, dude, getting my 10k steps in this summer, like daily, is gonna be so much easier. Ella and I bought a little walking pad, which is like a little mini scuffed treadmill, and I just did like 10 minutes on it earlier today, and did a little bit of like, you know, chores and stuff this morning, and I'm already at like 4,000 steps for the day. And I haven't like gone on a substantial walk yet, so I might actually up my step goal this year during the summer to like 15k a day. That'd be ambitious, but I think it'd be doable. Hey, if I can get like an easy 4 to 5k before stream starts every day, and if I go to the gym and I do half hour on the big treadmill, that's like, it's like basically free. Or if I do one of my big like, you know, 2-hour long walks on the weekends, if it's nice in the morning. Which is fine. It is finally officially almost nice out here in Canada, by the way, where I live, which is actually very exciting. Oh, what's up, Avail? Good to see ya. Hello. Speaking of master artists, holy shit, dude. Graced by presence of Avail herself. Oh man, goddamn, bro. I like the idea of an 11-pointed star just for the numerology. Tell me of your delight here with the numerology of 11-pointed stars. You know, one thing that we run into with the 6-pointed star is you do have to be careful as to not step on the toes of potentially entering Star of David kind of category, whatever, because that's like a you know, definitely these stars are a little bit the more hard point to it. The Astral Sage, like the more leaf ones, that's not an issue. But if we get more into like kind of the pointed stars, we enter into kind of that territory. And although like referencing a 5-pointed star or 6-pointed star is not inherently like doesn't inherently have a cultural tie to it, it definitely has an association that you need to be careful of. You're not being disrespectful of. So I think it's generally fine, I think, because these are rings with points as opposed to an actual star. But still, it's something to kind of like keep in consideration. You want to avoid Star of David, snowflakes, those kind of things. So let's go with this one. And then we're gonna make a little like Astral Knight rune whatever references. We're gonna call this layer rune references, and we're gonna start up here. This is official Astral Knight rune reference number 1. Okay. This is rune reference number 2. And then, oops. Merge down. Okay, and we're back on board. So, now we need to make this into a medallion. Now we need to make this into a medallion. So an Astral Knight would have placed this medallion on. And this is where we can actually use, so we can mess around with our mandalas a little bit here and kind of do some 8-pointed design frames for 6-pointed Astral Knight rings. It's something that I do a little bit for the Astral Sages as well. So we're gonna keep that goal here, that design idea in mind. 11 is supposed to be an evil number. I read it somewhere on the internet, so it must be true. Oh, 11's an evil number, really? Why is 11 an evil number? Is it like some sign of like the, well, what's there? There's like always like biblical numbers or whatever, right? Like 666, sign of the beast or whatever. I know there's certain like more modern numbers you want to avoid, you know, as far as like you know. Well, I don't want to get into it. There are certain numbers we need to avoid, but that like people get tattoos of and shit like that. But I don't think there's any single digit numbers that are an issue like that. I always struggle with canvas size. Always feels either too large, too small, too pixelated. You got any recommendations? You want to work on, if you're painting, you want to work on the largest possible canvas size your computer can tolerate. The absolute largest canvas size your computer will not incinerate with if you're painting. If you're sketching, you need to work with the brush. So with this texture that I'm using and the brush that I use, this brush really like loves to be around like between 5 to 7 brush size, pixels wide, whatever. And so the canvas needs to sort of like the relationship of the brush to texture to, like, if this brush gets too big, you lose, like, you get a lot of this weird, even if you zoom out, you get like weird pixelation for it, right? If it's too small, and we're talking like 1 or 2 point, you know, it just doesn't do anything, right? It just looks like a shitty brush. So this brush loves to be somewhere between like 5 to 8 brush points wide or whatever, or large. But obviously it's different per brush. So if you're painting and using an actual like painting brush, big as you can get. If you're doing something like sketching, like stylistic sketching like this, definitely think about the brush specifically of the canvas. The canvas there's not really a right answer for it if you're doing something with like sketching whatnot. That 11 was just a silly number, hence the carnival season starting on 11/11. I don't fucking know. 13 is unlucky. We all know that, right? 13 is unlucky for some reason. I don't know the whole number significance whatever thing for a lot of these like ancient, like, you know, like old, like I love learning about like old sort of like geometry and things like that. And I know that there's like a lot of like Freemasonry numbers and things like that, and like angles and sacred geometry and stuff like that. I think it's cool. I think the esotericism in geometry and math is very cool. I love it. I think it's pretty rad. I'm always a fan of those like coincidences and stories and, you know, golden ratios and Matthew principle. Like just the way numbers interact with the world, I think is always really cool. That's on like an older end, I think. All right, can we merge these layers down? Yeah. Rad. All right. So then we're gonna need a. How big is this medallion gonna be? I think pretty small. So we're gonna make the chain on it fairly substantial. We're also going to do sort of a, in some ways, a Warcraftian style chunkiness to some of our art here for the Astral Knight. I haven't thought about a really good style guide, like almost ever, for a lot of Eldarin's like design stuff, because I'm the only artist that I have to work with. But now that I'm doing more projects and more diverse projects, and I'm thinking about creating sort of like style guides for other people, I need to start thinking this through, like how are we doing our angles and stuff like that? If I was gonna run, like, there's a very specific art style to things like Warcraft or Hearthstone or Game of Thrones or whatever, and it's good to have that like in the back of your brain as to what specifically kind of. That's not chunky enough. What am I doing here? What kind of vibes you want to get? Let's do something like this. Yeah. Big boy. Expand it a little bit. Obviously we don't want to be going to like the cartoon stylization that like Warcraft has, but there is an aesthetic chunkiness that I think works well with fantasy. Like, are we gonna make this a Final Fantasy project or a Warcraft project? And I think we're gonna have to thread the needle somewhere in between. What's up, Lycan? Sacred geometry is extra special cool if you don't describe it and just say it exists. Easy to do in fiction, right? Yeah, agreed, hey? I think it's fun. I think it's cool. The runic shapes of the universe and how it combines or whatever. So we're gonna make our little necklace. Now I don't know if a chain brush would be a good idea here. We could try and use it as a reference maybe and then paint over it. It's alright. It's a bit big, but it's fine. Chain brush, good. Using chain brush for finished line work, dangerous, but generally okay. But a little more dangerous than I'd like. So we're gonna use this as our guide. How's about that? And then willing to be a little messy in here. Willing to get a little bit messy. It'd be nice if the chain brush was like something that I could do in this sort of like sketchiness or whatever. Maybe I could actually. Maybe I could just do a ring and then I could copy it. And the ring I can like change rather than doing a bespoke ring for each individual little chain link. I wonder if that's something that would work. And then each one's like a little bit different because it's going to be on a slightly different angle. Let's try this. Let's see if we can cheaty pants this a little bit. We'll do a couple of them and see if we can make a pattern out of it to save some time. And like, well, not just save some time, but also build some consistency in it. We'll see how this looks. Is that too... Yeah, I need to make it more proper chain. Okay. We need to make a proper ring then. We'll use this as a guide. We'll do the same thing, but I'm going to do it properly. Maybe we could even do like a cool little design embellishment on some of them. You know? Just got back home such been out a lot today. Had the day off work. Ooh. Productive kind of outings, or I hope it's productive anyway. Day off work, that's pretty good. That's decent. Okay, how does that one look? It's a little bit scuffed, but we can use this as a basis for our chunky chain. And then it might not fit together. We might have to create some... We'll see. Yeah, it's a bit bigger. That's fine, though. We're experimenting today, all right? This also isn't like a title sketch, so it's just a little quick concept piece. So sometimes I think concept artists get really stuck in the idea of making like really efficient, great art that works like as an illustration element without necessarily thinking about the application of it, of what you're actually making the art for. And if we're just making concept pieces, we can it's like illustrators and concept artists have this like disagreement over what is considered to be a corner cutting versus like efficiency kind of thing. It's a whole argument between them, and it's an interesting one ultimately. Not always the most productive or useful disagreement between concept artists and illustrators, but it's an interesting debate to have. We're gonna do a little bit of that efficient kind of like corner cutting to make sure we get a quantity of art that we need while maintaining the highest quality. So, you know, it's like using the pattern brush, but like doing it yourself, like using the pattern brush as a guide and then manually doing the thing after. That's like the, you know, that's the trade-off, I suppose.
What about concept illustrators?
Concept illustrators? Well, they don't know what they want in life then, I guess. They got hired for the wrong job, man. If you're a concept illustrator, you're doing the wrong job, man. You got hired for one thing and they put you down for another? Oh god, what do you do? You fucked up, man.
What about him?
About what about it? Yeah, right? What about him? What about him? Exactly. They got hired for the wrong job, my friend. They should have considered that when they applied for the position. Concept illustrators, holy, if you can believe it. Such a concept exists. Laughable. Honestly, I do find concept art far more compelling and interesting than illustration. The problem is illustration is the way to go if you're trying to build a career as a little people artist on the internet. People want illustration, they don't want concept work for the most part. They want the big boy cool art things with all the coolest art. Because, you know, it looks beautiful and that's fine. It's fine to like, you can never, like, that's one thing that I think artists have a problem with in the modern day is that they try and moralize or complain about people's tastes, you know, and you can kind of like either work with it or not, but complaining about it isn't going to help. That's actually kind of like, I think, a general rule for artists on the internet is like the amount of times that complaining about what people want or what you have to do as an artist to survive or to grow or to do whatever is ultimately pretty useless. You know what I mean? Okay, hold on. Let me make this into a folder just because I'm copying so many things. Just because I'm copying things out here, this might work better. Let's see if this looks okay. And then I can obviously like change line weights and stuff like that to sketch it out properly. And it'll look better once we have our like hatching in and stuff, you know. Like this. Like this. Just do one or two little links to see how it looks properly. So make sure that we like it before I spend, you know, 10 minutes doing this. But yeah, concept art is way more fun for me, but it obviously doesn't pay the bills. Nobody really wants concept like art. They want you to do the concept art and designs. It's one of the reasons why my commissions are like so expensive. Is because I'm doing both things. I'm doing concept art and an illustration for you. You know, as opposed to just like taking someone else's design or not putting the concept art process into it. But I think that it actually shows. Like, I have to believe it shows that when you take the time to do a great design, that people will notice that and appreciate it and care about it. And I think they do. Like, people, whether they say it or not overtly, people tend to comment on the concept or the design or whatever it is, you know? And that's awesome. Because it makes it feel more worth your time, worth your effort and energy to put the time into something. But it's an underrated, I think, skill. And I think people don't teach concept art, they teach illustration. Which is great. I mean, it's great to teach that shit. But the problem is ultimately, what do you want out of your career? What do you want out of your art career? And then, are you willing to sort of like take the pros and cons of doing one thing versus the other? Are you willing to take the beats? Not that it's like, I don't know, dramatic and you can't build a career as a concept artist. without working at a big company. The problem is, a big company are usually the only ones that are going to like pay you for it. You have to really develop like a very strong sense of identity for who you are and what kind of work you provide if you want to become a commissioned concept artist, I think. Or like a freelancer. You don't want to work on big projects for companies. It's one of those like yes and when people say like, ooh, that's so expensive, you're like, yeah, and this is what you're getting out of it, as opposed to, you know, what's up username, what's up good, wait, what's down, what's up upside down, oh shit. Really want to work on some projects I got. What's your take on some of the global hex crawling by airship? Sure, global hex crawling by airship. I love hex crawls, dude. I love hex crawls. I think that hex maps and overworld travel, I think it's a lost art that D&D has stopped trying to get people to enjoy, because I think that it doesn't resonate with the modern sort of like D&D audience of role players and heavy, deep narrative players. And I don't think DMs know how to run it, and I don't think Wizards knows how to balance it. So whenever I see a system that doesn't really work all that well, like travel in general, we've talked about travel ad nauseum for how I make travel interesting, how I make carrying capacity and things like that interesting in my D&D game. But the problem is, people don't tend to give a shit about that stuff. The largest reason I think is because Wizards hasn't made it fun. Because Wizards doesn't want to, like, if you understand I think you can become a very competent developer of homebrew content for TTRPGs, for WotC stuff, for D&D, if you understand why Wizards makes design choices. Like, Wizards leaves the door wide open for you to do interesting shit because they refuse to. When it comes to certain things, like they don't want to ever, they want to release a polished product and not a like they'd rather release something that's slightly more bland than what they could, if it means that it won't have like any bugs or glitches. And like, fair enough, you know, if a feature doesn't work in a game, and I'm not criticizing Wizards for this necessarily, because if a feature doesn't exist in a game because it's too buggy, like a new World of Warcraft dungeon or feature or whatever, they're not going to release a buggy feature that only works 89% of the time. They're going to work a feature that works 99.9% of the time. They're not going to release a bugged out feature. I mean, well, of course, the memes, everything's bugged. Yeah, but if you ask them on whether or not they find that tolerable, they're going to say no. So realistically, it's good to think about that for Wizards. They do the same thing. So you can make so much interesting, like, cool shit for D&D if you understand why Wizards isn't. You know what I mean? Oh my god, these were outside of the layer. Merge layers. Merge layers. Okay. Holy man. Dude, I'm rocket speeding through this right now. We're gonna get a bunch of these done today. Oops. What? Select, modify, contract. Okay, there we go. Okay, all right. Oof. That was tough. That was a tough one to get Photoshop to do. All right. Thought there was a gremlin in the system. And that was just some confusion. See, that's a nice chunky little chain there, right there, man. We can add some little spikes to it here and there. Ooh, yeah. This is what I wanted. This is what I wanted, man. Right here. And now we're back to one layer. Ooh, that worked. Hell yeah. Imagine concepts, right? It's interesting how old movies like Star Wars and The Fifth Element were made. Upfront paid concept artists work made at least half of what of those things became. Yeah, I mean, that was one of the reasons why George Lucas hired Ralph McQuarrie, is because when he's pitching ideas, he wanted people to see his vision for them. So I mean, that's a common practice now, is to have your like upfront sort of concept development, like initial concepts done by like one singular visionary. Sid Mead did a lot of that kind of stuff. Obviously, Alan Lee and John Howe for working with Weta as Lord of the Rings kind of stuff for Peter Jackson. But concept art is always a very important field that's often underlooked, I think, in production. One of the reasons why the best artists are all concept artists is because to be able to produce things at a fast enough rate to be useful for concept, you need to be at the very top of your skills. So all the best painters in the world aren't spending their time doing like long-term paintings. They're doing like quick concepts. Look at the John Park kind of type people. He's never done anything overland travel into wilderness exploration good at all. Yeah, I mean, I like hex crawls. I like the nature of a hex crawl for airships or whatever. I like the wild encounters. I just think you have to make them interesting. You have to make interesting, compelling wild wilderness encounters and random encounters that aren't necessarily big involved things. I think that's like one of the big ways that I try and balance it out. So a lot of the random encounters you guys are going to come up with, and if you study the adventure at all, if you've read any of it, most of the random encounters that I've come up with for the Horizon adventure aren't actually combat. You know, on the main table. Work exhausted. Are you still at work? God damn, Zelia. Thanks to Lurk, I appreciate it. So if you look at the random encounter that I have for Grand Crest, a lot of the Grand Crest encounters are not like none of these are combat. The group notices a platinum coin on the ground wedged in between two rocks. The coin is stuck and won't budge unless a player succeeds a DC 20 strength check. If they fail, the party makes a perception check, DC 12. If they succeed, they will notice a young wizard student snickering at them as they maintain an enchantment on the coin. Upon being noticed, they give up their prank, break the spell, and rush off. So if you fail your strength check and you fail your perception, then you just don't get the coin. But if you can either succeed your strength check or you succeed your perception check, then you get a platinum piece. For level 1, that's kind of fun, you know? Little things like that, right? Or what's the one I really liked? Yeah, this is a very RP one. A group of elvish merchants got lost and needed help finding their way to a small import shop. If a member of the party can pass a survival check, DC 12, I would do knowledge streetwise if that existed in D&D 5th Ed. They can decipher the map, help the elves along their way, and be rewarded with enough fine elvish rations for each player to receive 2. That's cool, man. Like, I think that in general, giving your players, like, telling them that the thing they get is slightly nicer than the normal version is, like, kind of a weirdly, like, satisfying RP gain, I found. If I tell my players that they get some cooler rations than the normal ones that are, like, fancy elvish rations, like, that, like, weirdly makes Unga Bunga D&D brain happy. It does for me. How much gold do your players in your game spend on stupid shit that doesn't have any sort of like gameplay impact? That could, you know, my players will often like, they're about to go on a long airship ride, a week, and they want to buy some supplies. So my players will literally go buy candy and like rum and shit like that, and they'll like RP, they'll LARP it out, man. They'll enjoy it. They'll like think, man, if I'm going on a trip, what would I want to buy? Let's buy some snacks and stuff. So they'll go to the fancy rum store or whatever, and they'll buy, ooh, you can get this barrel, but you can get this barrel and it's 20 gold and it's like a little small barrel and you can have enough for the whole trip. And or this bottle, it's like a fancy like dwarven rum, and it's like what? But then I have to try and also make sure, I don't do this all the time, but I sometimes reward it. You know, if they're like drinking with some merchants and they're like, oh, I'm gonna bust out I like these guys, I'll bust out my fine, you know, keg of rum. And so they take the little barrel of rum, they bust it out, they're like, hey, let's share this tonight for dinner. And then the merchants are so impressed and they're like, oh my god, this is amazing, well, we'll give you this or whatever, like here's an exchange, here's something else, and you reward and pay it forward and make there be like actual narrative impacts to those kind of decisions. And sometimes it is just you having a lovely meal and you get an inspiration die, or you have a lovely meal and it's awesome, you know, whatever it is. But my players will spend all kinds of money and all kinds of resources on a narrative progression path for things like that. So doing shit like that for random encounters. So, you know, even for like the for travel specifically, there's one for so the Shattered Sea here. There are 6 encounters here, and 3 of them can be bad and 3 of them are just positive. So while gazing at a sky full of stars, shifting mana flows, and schools of skyfish, the player notices a particularly bright shooting star and gains a d6 inspiration die that they can use at any point during the adventure. Right? There's nothing to that. They just roll a d2, like you just roll a d6 at night when the player's on watch, or if they're going from one hex to another, and you just see something cool, man. You know, versus While flying close to a floating lake, a swarm of flying jellyfish emerge and cross over the ship's path. Any player above deck must make a DC 12 dexterity saving throw or suffer 1d4 damage from the stinging barbs. So that's a dangerous one. Neither of these are combat encounters, and you can roll all 6 of these if you wanted to. You can say it's going to take you 6 days to go through this area, 6 hexes, and we're going to go through all six of these if you want as the DM, or roll like 3 or whatever. But not all of them have to be like, I think one of the big problems with hex crawl is that people are like, oh god, random encounter, oh god damn it. Because like, think about if you're walking through the overworld map in Final Fantasy, or you're trying to like get somewhere in Pokemon, you don't have a repel on. You're like, come on, man, not another random encounter. Like, oh, fuck's sakes, man. You know, so I think that that's one of the biggest problems that I've noticed with people that don't like or tolerate, and they say they don't like random encounters and hex crawls and shit like that because they don't want to have to spend 35 minutes killing 3 wolves just because they randomly rolled that. If you're a DM, you want to throw that in, that's beautiful. But I think that this is the way that I prefer to travel, where there's things like that, or like at nighttime. I didn't do any of the did I actually? Yeah, so here there's 3. Again, going through the jungle, there's 3 perils and 3 like bounties. So a glowing bog with mushrooms to walk over. Players must succeed a DC 12 survival check or step on a popping mushroom. Players who trigger the mushrooms must succeed a DC 10 constitution save or take 1d4 acid damage and become poisoned. For a level 2 like trap in the jungle that just sort of softens you up before encounters, that's kind of fun, you know, versus a large Vorla bloom. The beautiful orange flower has a glowing red center to it. Players who succeed a DC 10 survival check will know that the flower's red center can be burst and bottled to use as a lesser healing potion later. So that's a free 50 gold, man, that you just got in the point of in like a healing potion if you have a bottle or whatever, water skin or whatever. You know, I also say this is also a good time for a random encounter. So if you really want to throw a random encounter in, you can also do that as the GM. And I'll try and make stats for this for the adventure if you want to. But like at night, I have a whole campsite thing of things that you can get, like the Wandering Emporium stops by, or you just, sometimes it's like you just notice a glimmer in the dirt by your campsite and you find a dagger, a +1 silver dagger. You know, I love those kind of encounter tables that you can roll a cool little narrative thing off of that doesn't necessarily take your adventure off course by an hour while you have to resolve combat with sky pirates. If you like that and that's what you want to do, like for a little bit in the campaign, that's awesome. That's a cool narrative thing. But that's kind of, when I say I like hex crawl stuff, that's the reason why I say it, is because that's the way I run it, is those kind of narrative things. So I don't know if that makes sense for like other GMs to run hex crawls the same way, but I don't know, is that the reason why people don't like hex crawls, you think? Because they take too long to resolve? Makes the world feel a little bit bigger in the doing too. Sure, yeah, it paints a picture, you know. I think anyway, absolutely. I see people really like special trinkets every or even in one shot. They'll smile and write it down, knowing they will throw it out the sheet in a couple of hours. Right? Yeah, you get a little cool thing for your character sheet. It's just a neat little item that you get, and it feels good and it feels fun to get to get that reward or whatever. I think D&D players are very easy. Like, I think we're very easy to reward narratively with things. We like treasure and trinkets and like cool stuff and nice things. And ooh, we got the fancy elvish rations. And you remember that you got the fancy elvish rations or whatever. Or you got given like a bunch of like rare dwarven rations that are, you know, that come pre-chilled and they're cool to the touch or whatever. And you're like, ooh, this is cool and fun. My players, dude, whenever they leave, in the last game I had played, the last long-term game, whenever they leave one campsite, they would always invest in buying fresh fruit. Why? They always wanted fresh fruit for their adventure. So they'd always say, go to the market. And I describe all the cool things that they find there. And they're like, oh man, that fruit cart looks amazing. Let's get some pineapples and some bananas and some oranges. And I have a couple of fantasy fruits. They've never like I try and describe it. It's like a pear, but you break it apart and it's got like a jelly center to it and whatever. And like the seeds are sour or whatever. And players are like, I want like 8 of those, you know? And there's something about like, they just spent 10 gold on fruit for the next leg of their journey, and for some reason that's fun. You know what I mean? Switchers, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate it, dude. Thanks for 3 months. Thank you for considering me your Prime option this month. I appreciate that. Good to see you, Switchers. It's like a fun GM. I try to be. Appreciate that though. Yeah, so I don't know. I think that a lot of like D&D can't necessarily. So why can't Wizards add those things into the game? I think that you could, if you want to be cynical or generous, you can give them either one of those sort of takes. If you want to be cynical, you say, well, Wizards is being boring and they're bland and they suck and whatever. I don't think that's the case. I think the problem is the more complexity you have like that, you say the players can buy fresh fruit. You're going to have rules lawyery, kind of glasses adjusting, neckbeard Reddit mods criticizing the game on YouTube videos, being like, what is this useless system WotC has added in? So now I have to learn how to like price out fresh fruits for my players when they don't get a buff or anything. This is a dumb, like, you know what I mean? So WotC in some ways, they're sort of like tied, and they rely on like you and me, the homebrewers, the extracurricular D&D players, to brew up cool systems like that, or to add it in. That was also partly the spirit of the game initially, with Gygax saying basically D&D was the rules for the base adventure. You're supposed to do all the interesting heavy lifting to make the game fun. And I definitely take that responsibility on. I think that's a fun responsibility to take on. But I think that you can make the rules for people. If you're not a big official rules developer, you're not WotC, you're not Paizo, I think you can take lots of leaps. To be fair, I would also argue that they could take more leaps too, and I think they do more than they used to. But you can make all sorts of crazy shit that, like, you know, people can read and people will be mad. Like, obviously I say, like, if I add a whole system for travel that involves, like, here's the things you can get at the different stops here, and you can get fresh fruit or like elvish rations, I guarantee you somebody who reads this, who reads that adventure, who picks it up, who has no idea who I am, who you know, doesn't know about the stream, has never talked to me basically, but their friend sent them the adventure and is like, here, check this out. They're gonna read elvish rations and be like, what the fuck is an elvish ration? What is this idiot on about? You know? But like, that's fine. For every one guy that thinks it's stupid, there's gonna be probably like 15 to 20 that are like, ooh, elvish rations, that's cool. You know what I mean? Or they'll build some sort of like a bonus into it. They'll say your elvish ration doesn't expire if they do expiring rations, or your elvish ration can be used for 2 meals, or it gives you an inspiration die, or gives you a plus like temporary hit points, or a +1 charisma, or whatever. And you create some sort of like little reward incentive in there. Totally think that's worth it and fun. You know? They're worried about scurvy. Yeah, that's true. They're just worried about they're just very concerned about scurvy. One of those things you don't think about in D&D. It's like the idealization of the medieval era. We don't talk about lots of things in the medieval era because it's not, you know, like plumbing and sanitation and, like, you know, the smell or sewage or scurvy or, you know, any of those kind of like diseases and shit. We just kind of ignore it as like, they brush it under the rug as like an idealized version of the era. The social and political issues that came with like the medieval era or whatever. We just kind of idealize it all as a fantasy. Scurvy is one of those things I feel like we don't really talk about. When we talk about the airship, we don't talk about what the what's a ship's bathroom called? The head, I think. I don't know if that's a traditional name or if that's a modern name, but you know what I mean. The ship's restroom. We don't think about the shit smelling, you know, stain that goes down the side of the castle. We think about modern plumbing and stuff because it's not fun to idealize the fantasy era like that. You know what I mean? One time during a seafaring game, one of my players asked me if I could modify a spell and use it as an enchant burlap sack. He talked it out with me and invested in a bag that casts good berries, but instead berries makes fresh citrus fruits. That's lovely. I like that. That's fun. Let's go, dude. Keep that scurvy at bay. Or like the diseases that you'd get from like water. Like one of the reasons for grog was to rummify, and everybody knows this, was to rummify and alcoholify the water source, right? So you could actually preserve water without it becoming disgusting and disease ridden and parasitic on board your ship. But you know, no one really talks about that, like the water ration that you have, not being able to drink from the river type thing. Everything's just like magicked away and hand waved. Back in the day, there was a Dragon magazine with a weather system that had a whole 3-fold GM screen, charts and tables for making weather. Totally unnecessary, but very cool. So I do weather as well. If my players are like, if you are one of my players and you invest in the cart upgrade that gives you the more substantial wheels, you will encounter mud and it will not slow you down, and I will be sure to tell you that. You will encounter a rainstorm and the path will be muddy, but you will be able to travel at the same rate that day because you invested 30 gold in like the fancier like wheels and like the thicker roll beast, you know, I don't know, harness or whatever. And I will totally always reference that kind of stuff because I think it's fun and it makes it more immersive and it makes it more narrative and better, and that's awesome. That's like what D&D is all about for me, is that kind of feeling. Then do different races have different kinds of rations, different things in it, and halfling rations are like 1.5 days worth of food because halflings eat more. That's cute. I like that. You know, like one of the greatest like treasures that I've ever given, like one of the most popular and greatest treasures I've ever given my players is something called Dwarven Forge Butter. Dwarven Forge Butter, and I have to make art for this. It's a little box, okay? And in it are little hard sort of like granules of like kind of like crystallized like butter, right? They're little golden, slightly glowing, warm to the touch, but not melting in your hands. Little tiny like kernels of crystals of this like dwarven rock that when you place it on food that's warm, it'll melt into it and make it taste like movie theater popcorn. And my players, whenever they get given Dwarven Forge Butter, lose their fucking minds. I even had it, like, I taunted them with it in a town one day on another campaign, and I was like, oh, there's like a little box that has like a little dwarven seal. They're like, oh, can I ask the shopkeeper what that is? I'm like, yes. He takes down, it's like this fancy Dwarven Forge Butter, and he tells you about it, and it's 50 gold. And I know my players couldn't afford it. And they all piled their gold together at level 1, and they didn't buy camping supplies or like proper dungeoneering supplies. They all pooled their gold together and sacrificed so they could get a little box of Dwarven Forge Butter to make their rations delicious. It's like, why? Why, man? I don't fucking know, but hey. You know, they're happy, so I guess I'm happy as well. I think rations take like 2 months to expire. Had a player buy 100 rations, a third of them expired before they could eat them. Well, the problem with that in my game is that you wouldn't be able to fucking carry 100 rations. Where are you gonna put 100 rations, dog? You better have like a big ass fucking cart for 100 rations. Good God, man, you ain't carrying that shit in your backpack, I don't think. Nurse's bathroom, the hole in the side. Yeah, exactly. Drew Craft's my favorite spell for seafaring games or campaign arcs because it lets me know what the next 24 hours of weather is gonna be like. That's good, actually. Yeah, that's useful. That is very useful. Eldarin Dwarven Forge Butter. I was thinking about making that actually a magic item for one of the Patreon months. And like, I wonder if my players would like tolerate that. Like, it just makes food delicious. That's all. And I'll even like write on the magic item, it makes it taste like movie theater popcorn. That's what I'll put in it. Dude, now I want some popcorn. Holy shit. I wonder if we have any gift cards left over for the movie theaters. Ella and I, we got so many gift cards given to us for movie theater nights out during the pandemic, but we didn't, like, you couldn't go to movie theater during pandemic, right? But all the movie theaters where I live started doing, like, you could pick up food, and they'd have, like, you could, like, buy the combos and, like, pick them up and stuff. And so Ella and I would just go out and we'd buy, like, you know, a night's worth of popcorn and snacks and stuff, and then watch movies at home. It was great. But also, Ella has a deep love for movie theater popcorn and the movie theater experience, the cinema, that I bought her for Christmas one year, a couple years ago, a proper popcorn machine and all this stuff to go with it. It's like not huge. It doesn't make a ton of popcorn, but it'll make like enough for 2 people. But it's got the proper like oil popping stuff and whatnot, and it's on point. It's like 95% of the way there to movie theaters. Use all the same ingredients, everything. So I guess we just make popcorn if I want to today. Is that too? I got a group of druids to druid craft some natural materials to give my cart some all-terrain wheels treading to help with travel. You can do that, Oda, in the system in the travel system that I developed. So the travel system that I developed for cart travel across the Relic Coast has all sorts of cart-based upgrades. You can spend as much or little money as you want in D&D upgrading your fucking caravan cart to all sorts of stuff. You can go from as little as like armored side plates to better beasts of burden to carry like water storage and stuff on the roof, to all the way up to secondary carts that you pull behind that have mobile studios in them for blacksmiths and meaderies and things like that you can like the most popular one was the mobile tavern cart that my players could drag around. And then they set up a tavern, and they just like they hired like some brothers that like brewed, you know, mead and ale and shit like that, and whatever. And to run this tavern, they would just make passive money every time they went to another campsite, right? They just open their tavern, and people would come and you know, then they'd like go to a different town and they'd spend money on supplies, and they'd stop at campsites and make more money. So the travel system I have for the Relic Coast for caravans and carts is so unbelievably in depth that I'm really terrified to write it all out in one spot, because I'm afraid of how much time it's going to take me. But you can absolutely upgrade your wheels to all-terrain to get through those, like the Starshore. It also opens up certain travel better, because like if you're going to go through the Starshore Valley, it's very wet and humid, very different from going through the plains and savannas and steppe. So to go through that area or that region, you might want to have a different upgrades for your cart to avoid things like storms and whatever. Oh yeah, dude. No, that's, yeah, like bro, you're memeing hard getting that fucking Toyota TRD, but I am absolutely not memeing. That's something that I think is so much fucking fun. Also, to make plant seeds immediately start growing. It's great for keeping some fresh produce herbs in your deck. That's a great idea too. You have a little like herb garden on there. I like that. That's nice. Sketchy bathrooms make a living on lower island. Kind of dangerous. Yeah, those lower islands, man. Ooh, yeah, bro. You never know what's gonna get tossed on your island. Mm-hmm. Thrown into the abyss. What's below? Wind's a bitch, eh? Oh god, it's a windy day. Oh man. Those movies we called Relic Cities were just giant monster trucks. Can I take a carriage crafting to that level? Dude, all these are giant monster trucks? That doesn't ring a bell at all. It sounds like some Warhammer 40k shit, if you're asking me. Well, like, so this, you want to see some ancient Evan Blair art? If I go to my most ancient like piece of D&D like concept, it's called D&D Notes. That's what the piece is called. This is like, so we're about to go, like, you know when Gandalf goes down to Minas Tirith? And he's like going down to the depths, down the spiral staircases into like the, you know, this is what we're doing. We're going into one of the ancient, like the most ancient pieces of art that I have for Eldara concept. Like this is an original map of Horizon, the city, by the way, right here. And this is the original map of Horizon, the island. Okay. If we go further down to the depths, you can like look here so far back that the free GMing pizza coupon, right, is still available. If we go even further back, past ancient cleric art, all the way back past, you know, elementals and skirmisher, Aldarian knights, Alathorc portrait. This is like 2021 stuff. The snow tiefling. We're going further back. We get some of the very first notes that I ever made. So this was the original concept of the Dragon's Claim seal, by the way. This is the original concept of the Relysian Feathered Monkey Goblin, which I changed the Relysian Feathered Goblin Monkey. But this was the concept piece of the cart. So you could pull it with one Stargan, we would rename these roll beasts, or 4 horses. But this was like a substantial cart. You know, this had the upgraded terrain wheels, it had the water supply on the back, it had like the 2-story, like the loft for sleeping, you know. Like this is the kind of shit that I did for my players when they customized their caravan out. This was the thing that I drew them, you know. The Yorbuck skewers, this is the map of Coralastria. Or the little sketch of Coralastria. This is like some ancient stuff. But this is how I like made my notes when we were playing D&D. We were just like drawing and doodling around. So this is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bottom from 5th from the bottom. layers on this thing. The most bottom layer was the Realms of Eldara sort of like conceptual cosmology chart, where we talked about all the realms of Eldara and all the sort of the magical forces of order and chaos, light, dark, life, death, necrotic, radiant, nature, astral, the elemental forces, reality, existence versus time, an entire cosmology chart, creation, the cycle, decay, and entropy. You know, this is ancient shit. So when I go back here and I like look at this stuff, like this is the inspiration for those like travel, you know. And I love this kind of, when I say carts and travel, man, this is what I'm talking about.
Chart mentioned. Let's go.
Thanks for the bits of Daria. I appreciate it, man. Thanks, bro. So yeah, I mean, I want to do like a bunch of different, like imagine if I had the whole like the options and you could like visualize like when I say I try to make travel fun to the point where my players want to invest into it. When I show people art, like people say, well, I'm not going to pay extra gold for a cart. Like who's going to pay extra gold for a cart with like all-terrain wheels so I can get like so I can avoid a check to not get stuck in the mud and whatnot? The second I show people art of this shit, they're like, oh fuck, man, how much is that? 500 gold? Like, let's go, you know? It's so funny, the immediate flip in like people who are pretty negative about a travel system that you can spend money on to like overcome challenges and stuff like that. The second I show them some dope ass art, well, I think it's dope, but some I mean, this is whatever, some scuffed ass art of a dope ass idea of like cool carriages and caravans that you can take in these like mobile campsites. You know, the cart that expands and opens into the tavern, the blacksmith cart that can like lower down the forge on the back, the what other profession carts did I have? I had a couple, but regardless, people love it, and people were like so willing to spend the money on bullshit at that point in time. So it's so funny, man. The immediate shift in mentality when I start talking about like, you know, traveling and spending money on it, from oh, it's just a waste of money, oh, this is lame, to wait, I can get my Toyota off-road fucking treads on this shit. Let's go, man. That's a time warp, actually, though, right? Mortal Engines. Yeah, I'd never heard of that shit. That sounds like some Mad Max shit, man. Monster Truck Cities. Ridiculousness. You're creating a whole session just by showing that cart? I mean, dude, the like prepping for the journey across the Relic Coast was one of the most interesting things that I was surprised by my players by. They were so into the idea of planning their trip and getting supplies and buying a better cart, and they bought better like horses, and they upgraded eventually to a roll beast, and then had like, it was so interesting to see how much they like invested and involved themselves. We had 2 days of Coralastria planned, and they spent 3 just because they wanted an entire extra day to prep for the trip. And then when they left, they were so satisfied with themselves. When I talk about how comfortable the ride is, they're like, yes, right, we spent the money on the bigger cart that's more comfortable. You know, there's no heat exhaustion or whatever, because there was like all shaded. One of the carts they had before was basically, they had bought like a fancy cart, and they got it like outfit with the bigger wheels, and it had like a carriage door on it or whatever, and they had gotten a tent above it to block out the sun so they could ride outside and be on watch and stuff while one person was like driving the cart and be out of the sun, you know. And then they bought like another like little cart to carry a bunch of their supplies, so they had like, you know, barrels and all sorts of stuff inside of it. And they had to get, because they had 2 carts, they needed to get a roll beast. They bought a big old roll beast. And the nice thing about roll beasts is that they can graze in the Relic Coast, so you don't actually have to bring feed for them. So they didn't have to have any extra supplies for the roll beasts. One of the benefits of them, if you bring horses, you have to, you know, have some extra feed for them. But roll beasts just graze. They're just chilling, man. And they like had this whole setup, right? You know, with like armor or something like that, like shields on the sides or whatever, and they like customized the shit out of their entire caravan, just so when they're going through the Relic Coast for their couple-week journey, it was more fun, I guess. That's the hex crawl shit that I talk about when I talk about my travel system. That's the kind of shit I'm talking about. Adventure for the Night goes on hold, and they just want to get that thing. Exactly, right? Yeah. And they were like talking about how they were going to upgrade their cart to like the bigger, fancier, whatever. Like it was basically the same energy as you ever go on, like, I don't know if this is, dude, maybe this is just a me thing. This is probably just a me thing. You ever like dream about just giving up your fucking home and going off grid and living in a motorhome? Like buying one of those really fucking unbelievably nice RVs and just like going around the country and living wherever you want based on whatever season it is. You know, is that just a me thing? Does anybody else have that? I would spend so much time when I was like younger, just like window shopping and learning everything about RVs. Just I knew I was never gonna do it, but that idea was just so strong in me that basically I channeled that into my love of like RVs into carts and caravans and things like that for my D&D game. That's where all that came from. And weirdly, I think that there's this like primal nomadic urge for people to love, just like be attracted to the idea of like that at least a little bit, and D&D players especially. So anytime I've like introduced the carts or carriage system or whatever, people have been pretty in it, you know. Some of the dark sun transportation, beasts hauling giant sleds across the desert. Yeah, I don't remember like too much about that, but I remember like those big sort of like kind of like Path of Exile-y type vibes of the caravans. But yeah, exactly, Moose. We just got used to full-size van and we're converting it ourselves to camper on wheels. That's awesome, man. That's fucking sick. I love that. You know, like I love camping with Ella. The big problem that I have with camping with Ella is it gets really fucking cold. And the idea of having like a trailer or something like that would make camping so much more fun for us, I think. Or a van or whatever. Like a small like C-class RV, something like compact that you can drive through the city, but is like has everything you need, and a bathroom and a shower or whatever. I'd love that. That's like a dream of mine. And I'd go on like month-long trips in the summer if I could around. There's so many cool places in Canada and the US that I'd love to go like see, just like go do the national park thing. And there's a whole era of like RVs and parks and national park and day trips and camping that I feel like was in that like kind of mid 1900s, like, you know, 1950s, 60s, like the idea of like definitely like my mom in the 1970s and 60s and 70s like would go on those camping trips and whatnot. And it was like a big deal. It's a big cultural thing. You went camping with the fam, and we kind of stopped doing that in a certain way. It's like, I don't know, definitely not the same that it used to be. And I think that people have like there's like a certain simplicity to the idea of like bringing your like campsite trailer, whatever, on the road with you and going seeing different parts of the country or national parks or whatever. And I think that D&D taps into that in some ways for travel if you know how to tap into it properly. Again, the like the primal urge to go camping or whatever, you know. Benefit to big dogs, portable heater. Yeah, we do have it. We do have a propane heater that works, but it gets very cold at night in the mountains in Canada where we go camping. There's like valleys that we go into that are a little further away from us, but if we camp somewhere close to us, it's only like a couple of hours away. It'll get pretty cold. Even in the middle of the summer, it'll be like close to freezing at night. So portable heaters, wool blankets, those kind of things are all very, very good, but still not I'd still love to have like a van or something like that or whatever. Love to have one of those converted Sprinter vans. Yeah, for sure, right? Then for a month fan vacation in the Western US, use small Winnebago motorhome, went from one campground to the next. That's so cool, man. I love that. That's rad. There's a culture behind like, so you know what one of the things I absolutely adore about the US is that you guys have such a strong national park identity. So I've never been to a big national park until I went to Haleakala National Park. I think there's like what 50 something like big, like what is it? There's like, I don't know. There's like a certain like classification of a certain level of national park. These are like the Yosemites and things like that, Yellowstones, and there's such a brand and identity and culture around it that's so cool. When we were in Haleakala, which is the big volcano mountain in Maui, we went to the top of it last time we were in Hawaii with visiting Ella's family, which was an awful trip, and I don't recommend it. It's terrible. Never do it. But you'll be glad you did it. It's just the day is going to be shit, and it's going to fucking suck, and you'll say this wasn't worth it. But 6 months later, you'll say that was pretty cool. So we did that. One of the funnest things about getting to the top of there's like a ranger station, whatever, because it's a proper like U.S. federal national park or whatever, and they had all this like merch and stuff for like sticker books to collect you know, a sticker from each national park or stamps and stuff like that, and all this identity behind them, really strong branding, and it was just cool, you know. I think that it was like really rad to see this like pride in their identity for like the US national parks. We have a little bit of that in Canada, but certainly not on the same level of it being like a cultural thing to go visit all the national parks. Like we never branded it as this like tourism thing within our own country to like go see all the federal national parks in Canada. It's just kind of like each national park might have something like kind of brandy to it, but it was really cool. And I really adore that about like when I think of like things that I love about America and that I like, they're like fun to experience when I'm down there. That's one of those things. Like you guys just have such a good, strong sense of identity and like pride in your own sort of like backyard in a lot of ways. And rightfully so, that it's so much fun to go like interact with that and go get the sticker and go get the book and go get the postcard or whatever. You know what I mean? Every time I go to Boston, what's that? So you need fucking propane heaters in Boston? Art's off the chain. Thanks, Oaks. I appreciate that, dude. Thanks, man. We also have national forests and national lake shores too. Most have camping facilities. Sure, yeah, we absolutely do, but we don't have that same kind of like culture of like exploration, I think, built into the inherent like Canadian mindset, because there's not enough people to support it. Like in America, they have 10 times people that we do here. So they can like brand and like, you know, search for the tourism. Here it's kind of like a little bit more like indie. It's definitely more wildernessy here. Like our parks and stuff are beautiful and lovely, but there's not that same kind of like wilderness like branding of it, of tourism and encouragement that they have in the US. It's certainly not the culture that was developed that they have down there in south of us. So that's all I mean. I don't like, obviously we have beautiful parks and shores and shit here, but it's just not that same kind of like, you know, Disney-ified majestic adventure that you go on when you travel around the US, which makes you really want to go to more of the national parks down there. I'm pretty close to some of them, I think, too. I mean, how am I crazy? Was there about 50 national parks? Or was that my way off? How many US national parks are there? 63. Okay, so I wasn't right. I wasn't wrong. Yeah, right. So there's a whole thing like go see all 63 national parks before you die or whatever. And it's cool. Like that's a great like idea to get like inspire tourism around your own country and stuff. You know, you go visit. Yeah, like so Hawaii volcanoes. Haven't been to that one, but we went to the Haleakala one, for instance. Like Glacier, I could easily get to in Montana. Maybe some of these ones, but it's cool. You know, like I think it's a great like cultural thing to encourage tourism within your own country. And I love that about America, is that you guys have that like culture of like, it's similar to Japan in that Japan has a lot of prefectural based tourism, because most of Japan's tourism comes from within Japan, and is like the choice is to stay within Japan for most people. So each prefecture has like a thing, you know, a food, a mascot, a thing they're known for, a park, whatever it is, where going to a different prefecture in Japan is like an adventure, because they want to encourage tourism like that. We don't really have that in Canada because there's not enough people, you know?
You should visit Rainier National Park for totally no particular reason.
Should I? Well, I want to. I definitely want to go see the West Coast National Park. So Rainier's a big one that I want to go see. There's also like obviously the California ones. I want to do like a whole, God, it'd be so fun to do like a whole like road trip and stuff and go see like 20 national parks or whatever. Thanks for the bits, Dario. Appreciate it, man. We get patches from the national parks. We go and sew them onto our luggage, and that's so fucking cool, man. You know, a patch, a sticker book, a stamp. I don't know what it is. A postcard. It's like a little like collecting sort of thing. And it's like I have this goal to do this like trip in Japan where we go see all the prefectures and get all the prefectural stamps. And I think that kind of like encouragement of tourism and like exploration within your own country is really, really awesome. Really builds a sense of like identity and pride. And like the problem is Canada is like you can go like Canada's going to national parks in Canada is great if you want to be like isolated, which a lot of people do. If you want to like be like, you want to disappear from society, you just want to go out into the backcountry for, you want to be 3 days away from the nearest person with a pulse, you can do that in Canada. It's so vast and large and wild out here, but I don't know, man. It's like not, it's missing out on the benefits that you get from the touristy side of things. We do about half of them. That's impressive, dude. East Coast is so bare. Yeah, right? That, like, I don't know, Colorado, Utah area was a lot more full than I thought. And also Alaska having, it makes sense that Alaska has so many national parks, but like Alaska having what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of the 63 national parks seems rad. Like, that's crazy. I also didn't think that Hawaii would have 2. That's pretty interesting that Hawaii has 2 of them. So, but yeah, like look at this. They each have their own, like this is cool. They each have their own, I don't know if this is official or somebody made this, but look at this, man. They each have their own like little like sticker and like brand and whatever, and you can go see them. Virgin Islands, America, Samoa, Grand Teton, Yellowstone, New River George, Mount Rainier. Right? Like, these are all cool, man. God. I don't think we have some, we don't really, like I said, we don't really have anything like that in Canada. It's more like you just go to a national or provincial park and you're just away from society or whatever, which is fine, by the way. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just I do crave a little bit of that like identity and stuff and tourism-y kind of fun and adventurous flair. Let me them Japan stamp sketchbook is dotted with them throughout, right? They're so good. And you can get stamps for everything, dude. Like a lot of like IPs and companies also have prefectural things. Like Pokemon has different prefectural like things to go see. Pokemon centers in different prefectures, like Kanazawa has a very different identity from Kyoto, very different cultural thing. Kanazawa has a lot of like the traditional sort of like springtime flares versus the Kyoto is very traditional Japanese. You know, the Shibuya Pokemon Center is very like urban and metropolitan and has like, it's just very cool. Like I definitely think that it's really lovely to live somewhere that has like a lot of people that can kind of like make it more worth it to have like a big investment in I guess like travel and identity for within your own country or state or whatever it is. These probably American national parks are the Americans there. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess Haleakala was kind of out of the way, so it wasn't one of the more busy ones. Because in order to get to Haleakala National Park, you have to drive like 3 hours up a fucking mountain, which was ass. And I'll never want to do it again. But I'm sure glad I did it. At least once. That was cool. Zana's Incredible National Park in Utah. There's a bunch of them over there, hey? You can unlock those exploration achievements. Right, dude. You're gamifying traveling around your own country. That's pretty rad. They're pretty close to Grand Smoky Mountains National Park. The tourism is double-edged sword. True. I mean, like, definitely, like tourism is going to have pros and cons to it. But, no matter where you go, right? Like, some people talk about, like, I live very close to a place in Canada called Banff. And people complain all the time that Banff is not this like quaint little mountain town. It's like got tourists everywhere and it's busy and there's always hikers and backpackers and oh my god, it's just so busy all year round. Oh, living in Banff is awful, you know. But to be honest, like Banff is super fun to go to because there's like restaurants and shops and cool stuff to go see and do. There's like fun things to like. Without the tourism, you wouldn't get all that stuff. It'd just be like a dank little mountain town. And again, if you want to escape from everywhere and be far away into the wilderness, like that's totally fine. But it is nice to have those kind of like tourism definitely brings an excitement to it, I think, that, and like levels of facilities and investments from the local community and businesses and stuff that you wouldn't get otherwise, you know? We have 13 national sea and lake shores. Most of them are on the East Coast, as well as 150 national forests. Right, yeah. I mean, definitely. And then, I mean, think of all the provincial parks as well on top of that. Like, I think Kananaskis is a provincial one, and we go there sometimes, and then Banff is a national one. So we have to have, like, an Alberta provincial pass, a British Columbia provincial pass, and then a federal provincial or national park pass every summer if we want to go camping and stuff, which is, like, a complete pain in the ass. But... I get it, I guess. How are you doing, Evan? And what are we working on today? We're doing some concept art for the Astral Knight to fill out the class. So the class layout right here is all very barren, and we need to add art to it and make it look dope. So we're doing all the little things that you'd see in like a D&D book. All these kind of art pieces, little like trinkets and whatever, and holy symbols and whatever, all this kind of stuff to fill in the actual book for the Astral Knight layout. That's what I want to do today. So, American tourists among the worst? You think so? I don't know. If I've learned anything from traveling around the world, is that tourists are pretty bad no matter where they come from. Americans, I will admit, and I don't like to dunk on or shit talk Americans, because that just gets the Europeans all riled up, and they don't know how to keep it friendly. So I always find myself defending the Americans to the Europeans, but I'm kidding. But I will say the tourism thing, the negative stereotype from American tourists is definitely true. When I'm in Japan, people don't actually even assume that I'm American because I can speak Japanese decently. So like, oh, are you French or Canadian or Australian? I'm like, why? Why would you assume that? They're like, well, because you can speak Japanese, and Americans never try and learn Japanese. I'm like, oh, I mean, I'm Canadian, but yes. And they're like, I knew it. I'm like, God damn it. God damn it. We place like that in Washington called Leavenworth. It's like Scandinavian style mountain town. That's cool. Yeah. We're meeting pending with the Cobalt Press peeps, and I'm so pumped. Let's go, dude. Hope it goes well. Annie, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Honored to have you, Annie. Appreciate you. Should talk us, the ones who don't deserve it are deeply ashamed and annoyed by the ones who do. Nah. I have too many friends and family and love and beloved American friends to generalize an entire fucking country based on some bad stereotypes and stuff like that. I'm incredibly optimistic about my American brothers and sisters. I love you guys deeply. There's no, like, that's how most Canadians, I think, feel about their American brothers and sisters. You get like you get two sides of the American spectrum when it comes to like like international identity. You get the ones that like deserve the bad reputations, and then you get the ones that are so deeply ashamed about it. But I never want to like indulge that. I'll always say that I love my American brothers and sisters. You guys are some of the best people on the planet. You're creative, innovative, hospitable, kind, and lovely, individual. Americans have like a certain like bombastic kind of, you know, quality to them that can be either extremely positive or very negative, but I never focus on the negatives. It's like people will say shit like that sometimes in you know, Twitch about like, oh, Americans are this or that, and I'm always like, no man, Americans are great. I love my American brothers and sisters. The amount of Americans that I know and love outpaces the ones that I'm not a fan of, probably 10-1. So nah, you guys should have some pride in America's a pretty great country, and you guys have done some pretty cool shit. Guys are responsible for fucking putting people on the moon and whatever. And yeah, sure, there's lots of negative stuff that comes with like every country and every culture and every civilization. But I like to focus on the good ones because I'm always very deeply humbled and am in love with being the closest friend and neighbor to one of the coolest places in the world. And I try and be a good Canadian, represent my country well, and represent my people well. My people. My Canadian maple suckers. Nah, man. I never should talk to my American brothers and sisters. It's too easy, too low-hanging fruit. Too many people jump on that train. I always gotta be the voice of love and respect to remind my American friends that they're pretty amazing. They should hold their heads up higher when they feel like they're, you know, being shit on or whatever. Obviously, you know, within reason. Let's calm down here. You know, we're not gonna start talking about hockey or whatever. My Intuos came in and I've never tried to speedrun my logs more so I can set it up. Let's go, Fox. That's exciting, bro. New tablet day. Let's fucking go. I know exactly 3 persons that were born in America, and I've only seen 2 of them face to face, excluding everyone I met here. Really? Well, here's, you know what the secret is? Basically, you can't shit talk Americans as a Canadian because we're the same fucking thing. Like, Canadians who are older than the age of maybe, like, probably 45 have a very distinct identity. Like, I'm a Canadian, not an American. Like, fuck you. Don't you dare call me an American. You know? But that identity has merged between Canadians and Americans more as younger and younger generations. Like, so for someone like me in my 30s, if somebody accuses me of being an American, it doesn't offend me. I'm not mad about it. You know? Obviously, Canada and America are different places, but we're more similar than we're different. And, that's kind of the meme, I guess, is that we're basically the same fucking thing. We just do things a little bit differently in one part of the world versus the other. But I can't criticize, you know, a lot of the negative aspects of the North American side of things without pointing the finger back at Canadians. We're also very rude travelers and stuff, and can be very, you know, obnoxious and whatever. The amount of people that I've seen be like terrible tourists in Japan doesn't really matter if they're American or not, because we share the same sense of like sort of like individuality that doesn't fly in Japan, you know what I mean, all that well. So, oh yeah, Canadians can be just as poorly behaved when, you know, in a different country as well. We can be just as poorly behaved, man. It's not even funny. Yeah, hold up, man. Hold up. Let's be reasonable here. There's places in the US that I'd live, you know? It's not like I'm a Canada only, whatever. Would never live anywhere outside of my own country. Lots of cool places there. Alright. So, remember trying to say hi to a white guy in Japan. He was like Norwegian or some shit, just looked concerned by the interaction. Yeah, right? Yeah, every once in a while when I'm in Japan, I'll be interacting with somebody very like a Japanese person, like very casually, or what'll even be like so very rarely do you speak Japanese at a loud enough like level for someone else to overhear you, right? Sometimes if you're in a shop or whatever, but occasionally I'll like, it's happened multiple times. It probably happens at least once or twice a trip where I'll be speaking, like talking to a shopkeeper or whatever, you know, just like casual conversational Japanese, just fucking weather and whatever, and what we're doing here, or, you know, where we're from or whatever. And like some like white people will come over, they'll be like, excuse me, excuse me, can you help me? Can you help me? I'm lost. I don't know what to do. Where do we go? Where's the train? What is an eki? I just want ramen and anime titties. How do I Japan? At least a couple times when I'm there, it'll happen. You'll get the white person stare of like, are you safe? Can I ask you for help? It's always fucking adorable. I love that shit. Bro, it's not scary, man. Tokyo ain't shit. What are you worried about? Now, if you're in like North Aomori in some fucking like dump town or whatever, like, okay, I get it. But if you're in Tokyo, what are you worried about? Any city with population over 500,000? 100,000 maybe. What you worried about? Where are the subtitles, right? Right, I had this like, so I have a particularly American like family on one of the first trips. This was kind of funny, but they were like your typical like American tourist family, like brightly colored tank tops, obese, sweating like shit, two little fat kids, like whatever, fanning themselves, and like mom comes over and she's just like, super thick Southern accent. She's like, how'd you do that? I was like, what? She's like, you talking in Japanese, you know. And I was like, oh, I mean, I learned whatever and whatever, blah blah blah. And she's like, yeah, but how you doing that with them? I'm like, excuse me, what? She like I was like, yeah, you just speak? And she's like, yeah, but how do I do that? Like, I know some Japanese, but they don't talk to me like that. I'm like, ma'am, that was like she's like you using a phone app or something? No, you just learn a little bit of the language and you can like get a lot out of not much. Like, I tried to explain it to her where I was like, you know how like if you talk in broken English you can get an idea across, and she's like, what? I'm like, yeah, if me speak English bad, you understand, right? Me English bad, you know me. She's like, kind of understanding it. The dad's like, oh, so you're speaking broken Japanese. I'm like, not really, but Yes, if you learn a little bit of the language, you can get a far. Like, you don't need to be fucking like proficiency test 3, whatever, government level hiring to have a nice conversation with somebody at the ramen shop about, you know. It was kind of funny. Because, like, Ella was sitting there. She's like, did she just ask you how, did she think that you were like, did she understand how fucking languages work? Maybe not. Maybe not. That was one of the better ones. All right, that was one of the better ones. That was one of the better ones. Okay. Every once in a while, you do see the American tourist in Japan, you know, and that's fair. That's fair. We could dunk on them a little bit. The kind of people that live around me, I'm not shocked. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's like I didn't understand the question. It was like did you think languages? Did you just like invent it or whatever? Like, did you think if you just speak English in a very heavy accent, they can understand you? What? Like, what's the? I don't understand the question. I still don't understand the question. Kind of years later, you know. And yet I still sit here and wonder. Okay, give me a sec. I need to grab something real quick. What do you mean revolt? What the fuck? The hell? I go AFK for 1 minute. You guys are uprising, usurping the throne again. All right, good job. Proud of you. Yep, good on you. As expected. She asking how you got fluid? I'm so confused. I don't know what she was asking, Sleepy. I'm still a bit of a mystery. There's like conversations that have lived in my head years later, you know, where I'm like, what did this person mean? What was this interaction about? Whatever happened to anyone else? You have a conversation years later, you're still like, what the fuck did that mean? You know? Because I'm often so non-confrontational that if someone says some weird shit to me, I'll be like, oh yeah, that's crazy. You know, and I just want to de-aggro them, right? I just don't, like, I want to just like de-aggro the mob. So like, I'm the kind of guy, if there's like some like old dude in line like talking at me or whatever, I'll just be like, yeah man, oh yeah, it's crazy, wow, right? Just because I kind of want to de-aggro the mob. And later I'm like, what the fuck? Like, maybe I should have asked the person what the fuck they're talking about, you know? And that's one of those ones, that conversation with that lady in Japan, that I still think about. Alright. Okay, so we'll do this in a dagger together, and that'll be like one piece, I think. Can relate. I'm an instigator and smartass at heart. I mean, sure, you know, that's totally fine. There ain't nothing wrong with that, bro. Sometimes people will get like very self-righteous about like, oh, if I get cut in the line, I'm gonna speak up and say something. And those people get in fights and shit, and I find that sometimes like there's a nice balance to have. You don't want to be too passive, right? You also don't want to be like aggroing mobs and shit, unless you have a lot of free time. And it's like, if someone will like cut in line in front of me, I'll just let them, right? Unless it's like so abhorrent or whatever and like intentionally malicious, and I feel like there's some justice to be served, I'll just let them, because it's like, what am I gonna do? Like make a deal about it, and then I'm gonna have to like talk to them, and that's gonna be a thing. You just like shrug, just de-aggro the mob, get back home, you know, end the encounter. No, man, I don't want to deal with that shit. It's probably a balance. Because the other side of the spectrum is like insufferable, you know? Like, you get the one side of the spectrum where someone just like gets stepped on by everybody and are just a complete like pushover. But then you get the other side of the spectrum where you have like, everybody has that friend that's just like, man, I don't take no shit. If you're saying something, I'm gonna speak up. This lady stopped in front of me and blocked my view, and I was like, excuse me, ma'am, I'm sitting here. And you're like, oh, Jesus Christ. They're so satisfied with themselves, so proud of themselves for wasting everyone's fucking time. It's like the Venn diagram of people that are on that side of the spectrum, and Karens is just a circle. Versus the Venn diagram of people that are pushovers on the other side of the spectrum, and like habitual whiners is also just a circle. There's like no way to win unless I think you try and like maintain some balance. Mostly do something if they're harassing someone else. That's sure. That's good, like general just whatever. But I'm talking about people that are just like, you know, gonna start shit over everything because they feel like personally slighted by somebody doing something. That's like the kind of person's like, if you get cut off in traffic, you get mad. I think there's basically never a good reason to get mad when you get cut off in traffic, kind of thing, you know, or someone does something like dickish to you. You just let it go, man. You know, just let that shit go. Don't hang on to that. You can't change people. You can't make them not be like in their own world or assholes or whatever. It's not personal. You just let it go. That's the way I always feel about it. But obviously, yeah, I mean, there's like a middle ground. Principle that bothers me, you can't just let bad actors go around distracting everyone unchecked. Society can't work that way. Yeah, the problem is we're not really empowered to do much about it. So someone cuts me off in traffic, what are you gonna do? You're gonna honk at them, get mad, get your blood pressure up, worry about it? Are you gonna drive up next to them and yell at them through your window? How are you gonna check someone, you know, because they cut you off in traffic? To me, it's kind of like just getting mad. It's like some kid just starts like screaming at you on like maybe I just played too many video games online to like care about this kind of stuff. But like you start playing League of Legends or some shit and someone starts like flaming you or just like shit talking you and stuff. What do? Do you get into a fight with them and start like insulting them back, or do you just mute them and move on? That's the way I always feel about it. Just mute them and move on. You know? That's the way I always look at it. I'm not going to spend my own resources aggroing some NPC. Maybe I'm just more like, I don't know, less optimistic about people. Or I just like don't even consider them to be worth like trying to rehabilitate, you know, or educate. I'll just smile, nod, and walk away as opposed to trying to like adjust their behavior to be a better member of society. Maybe I'm just jaded. You think I'm jaded? About people say I always stand up no matter for myself no matter what are really saying I'm an ass and not sorry about it. Well, like I said, if you're on one side of the spectrum, like the Venn diagram of those kind of people on the far side of the spectrum, and the Karen is just a circle. So that's the problem, is that being on the extreme side of either side of that that spectrum is a Venn diagram of something you probably don't want to be. A complete pushover or a lunatic. Good decisions are never made in a state of rage. Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah. So, you cut off in traffic, what are you gonna do? Complain? Talk them down? I don't know, man. Maybe I'm just cynical. Maybe I'm just cynical. Apathetic. Someone's giving the worker shit for no reason. I cast vicious mockery. Yeah, I mean, if that's going to help the situation, but sometimes it just escalates it. Sometimes if there's somebody who's like being a bit of an asshole and they are escalating it, what I've found is it's sometimes better if you see someone like being an asshole to a waiter or a service staff member, it's better, I think, rather than just like stand up for them and be like, wow, hey, shut up, man, you shouldn't talk to them. Then you aggro the person and then now you're stuck in a 5-minute confrontation. It's sometimes better just to go up to the person and be like, that guy was an asshole, don't worry about them, fuck that guy, you're awesome. That I think a lot of people like I've found is more productive than, you know what I mean? But sometimes obviously you have to stand up for people. Obviously sometimes. I just think that the energy invocation isn't always a good exchange, you know what I mean? Take time to ask them why they chose toxicity. For too many people forget about the human behind the screen online. Yeah, I mean, maybe that's great. That's optimistic. I just don't think that, like, the thing is, the switchers with that is I don't think you're gonna rationalize somebody out of an emotional state. You know what I mean? If someone's like choosing toxicity, I don't think that somebody being like, hey man, are you okay? Like, why are you choosing to be toxic? Like, I've tried that. Like, anecdotally, over 10 years of playing online games, like when I was a fucking teenager and 20 something, I guess 20 years now, that shit doesn't work for me. Maybe I'm not very good at it, but I tried that shit. You try and be like, hey man, like why are you being so toxic? You might get somebody once in a while. It's just like, oh, I don't know, bro, I'm just having a hard day. You're like, hey man, it's okay, like I love you, bro, like let's just calm down, let's try and have fun together. Yeah, 1 of 100 maybe. Maybe I'm just bad at it, you know. No, I've found personally that you don't help somebody, like somebody doesn't get out of an emotional state with rationality. You know, imagine you're mad about something and someone that is like, hey man, calm down. I know that doesn't fucking calm me down. If I'm mad about something, someone's like, hey man, you should calm down about it. It's not that big of a deal. I'm like, I'll fucking show you calm. Right? Give him a stern letter. Ooh, yeah. Like a passive aggressive bumper sticker or something. See my blind furious rages for inanimate objects people can be reasoned with, right? Hey Evan, you're no longer winning, I believe. Why am I no longer winning, Lobster? Lobster, the next message you post in chat could be your last. I want you to carefully consider why I'm no longer winning.
Lighten up, Francis.
Yep. Yeah, right? Yeah, for real. Thanks for the bits, man. Can't reason someone out of a position they didn't use reason to establish. Ah. I've heard that before, actually. I like that. But I'll tank for someone who's being bullied? So tanking's great. Yeah. Tanking's great. If you got the emotional energy and you can help someone out like that, tanking them is lovely. I do draw the attention away because I simply don't give a shit and find it funny. That's fine. Yeah, again, if you're tanking, that's totally reasonable. All right. Okay. Trinket 1 done. So now we've got the dagger. So what did Charlotte's dagger look like? Charlotte's dagger is... Charlotte doesn't have a dagger. All right, well, that's fucking beautiful. Okay. That's fine, I suppose. All right. Shit. Shit. Well, I guess we're making up an Astral Knight dagger right now. See what they look like. You have one less whimsy point from yesterday. Really? Why is that? How does one acquire whimsy points? That sounds like a rigged system. I don't know about that. My cat jumped to my desk, yelled at me, and left the room. Damn, bro. Damn, you got dunked on by your fucking cat. Holy shit. Kind of an ass move, but I respect the alpha, you know? Okay, sharper runes. So we can do a rune at the center of the dagger, I think. Or maybe on the hilt. We'll do it on the hilt. Fuck it. Looks cool too. Or not the hilt, sorry, the scabbard. I don't know if we want to add this to the rune reference. You know, fuck it. We got to add every rune to the rune reference. Rune reference. There we go. It's growing. I'd be even whimsical. Damn, okay. See, this is where I'm gonna de-aggro. I'm not gonna aggro the NPC. I'm not gonna like talk shit. I'm just gonna shrug and, you know, fucking ignore their basically everything Conk says for the rest of the stream. I'm kidding. Relax, I'm kidding. Alright. Dagger, 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 dagger. Really doing some fucking construction out there. Holy shit. Okay. I think I need to get an AC in here again this year, like earlier on. So that's the size of the medallion. The dagger should be maybe this big. I think. Does that look okay? Eh, close enough. Close enough. Oh shit! I gotta check. Take a break at some point in time and check my my vault on World of Warcraft. See what I got in it. That was an old Stream Tuesday tradition from back in the day. I gotta bring back in. Back when Dashto would eagerly watch my stream and Thorkin on Tuesdays. For me to open my vault, be the first thing I do when I went live. That ignores me, I suppose I must meme harder there before? Damn. Damn, bro. What have we unleashed? Starfruits, limes, and citrus are ripening as well. Apples are now in season, therefore, welcome to summer. It's time for summer, really? Dude, I haven't had starfruit in so long, man. I want some weird, like... I want some weird fruit, bro. You know what I want? I want passion fruit, man. They had passion fruit at Costco the other day. It was 20 bucks for the case, and I almost bought it, except a bunch of them are moldy, so I was like, fuck that shit. I love the summer fruit game. You have no idea. You have no idea, dude. I'm all about that shit. Call it a last resort utility dagger, judging by size. Yeah, it's just like a little like functional kind of belt thingy. Astral Knights are almost like never without their weapon. Like ever. So we're just making it a little tiny like belt dagger. Just little accessories to kind of like help paint the picture of who the Astral Knight is. Honestly, trinkets that have an opportunity to sort of like sell some of the aesthetic of who an Astral Knight is, I think is going to be important for this. I should make the whole thing bigger, though. I'm realizing now, just a smidge. Okay. All right. Is that still centered? Did I fuck that up? Oh, I fucked that up. Okay. We still good? We good. Close enough. There we go. All right. Close enough is often good enough, and today close enough is absolutely good enough for projects. Remember, these are just gonna be small little concept sketches. They're not really gonna be very large on the page anyway, so as long as the concept sketch isn't too rough, having a little bit of roughness around the edges is actually better. So I don't want to make anything too clean or too pristine. We want to kind of like rely on that rough and tumble edge a little bit more than maybe some pieces of art. This is over. You just need to retake your essay, then we're done. Oh shit, congratulations, dude. Congratulations. Semester is officially over. Never again will you semester. You're free at last forever. I have no idea where you are in your education. That's awesome, dude. Congratulations. Good making it through another one. You know, it was so... The feeling of never having to be in school again was such a weird feeling, hey? You guys remember that shit when you were like in your 20s or whatever? And you did your last ever like day of like regular school, like high school or whatever it is, and then your last ever day of college or university, and you're like, I'm done. I'm like in the world. I'm like out on my own. I immediately missed it. I immediately wanted to go back into the hovel and be like, oh shit, I miss semesters and school and grades and stuff like that. The simplicity, you know? Because as soon as you're older, you have to like figure shit out. It does come with a nice freedom, 100%. But I'm always more, I don't know, I'm skeptical that it's always better. Of course it's better, but there's a nice charm to having to just deal with semesters in school and whatnot. Want to go back? Adulting is hard? It is, right, Jen? I agree. Adulting is hard. There's so many things to think about. Responsibilities and bills, and like you just collect responsibilities and bills and stuff. There's another streamer friend of mine. It's her birthday today, Taku, and I wish her happy birthday. And she was getting kind of nervous because Taku's 26 today. You're like, oh my god, 30, so it's creeping up on you. I'm like, bro, 30 ain't shit. 20s are great, but it is a thing where the responsibilities creep up on you. You realize one day at a time, Now you got a dog, you got a house, you got a whatever, you got 3, you know, rose bushes and a bonsai tree and a fish. And I think in my life right now I'm trying to like declutter responsibilities and obligations, as opposed to like I think we naturally just collect more and more. You know, you have a good idea for something to solve a problem, so you buy or do something or sign up for something or whatever, and then you now have to worry about an additional fucking thing. And now that's part of maturing, is like growing up and taking on more responsibilities, right? But damn, like I feel like we take on a lot of stupid ass responsibilities. Like the responsibility of just like owning a garden or whatever, or like a house plant that needs like attention. If you love that shit, go for it. But like sometimes if you just want something green, you can get a little silk plant or whatever. You know what I mean? Like I'm sure there's people who are like, oh, I'd never put a silk plant in my house. I'd only have real plants. And that's totally fair. But I just mean, like, I feel like that's part of the quantification of the reduction of responsibilities. Is just try and like streamline things as easily as you can, so you don't have to worry about all the additional shit that you collect in your aging process. My graduate college went to basic officers training 2 weeks later. There was, yeah, I mean, that's kind of, there's kind of that like set path in the military where you sort of like, you're still in it, you know? You're still sort of just like there's a lot of direction or guidance, right? Summer classes are coming up. That's not until June 6th. Now I have to register fall semesters soon. Ooh. Yeah, so like for us, when I was in school, you had to like, depending on how good your grades were, you got to register for your classes early or whatever. And I always remember that. You know, I always remember like, oh no, I can't register till 11 a.m. because I was only like a B student or whatever for like college courses. Am I going to get into the course? Oh wait, of course I'm going to get into the course that I want because there's fucking nobody else in here. So everybody failed out last semester. Come to think of it, I've always gone from job to job. There's only a couple periods where I got laid off and went back on active duty, but 6 months later. A good 6 months knowing I had a solid job waiting that fall. Yeah, sure. I mean, that's definitely a bonus. I have had basically uncertainty in my career since the day I was an adult. And I really sometimes hate it. Like, it's one of those grass is greener things, like the freedom versus security. I have friends that make like 6 figures in tech jobs that look at me and say, man, I'm so envious of what you do. And I look at them and think, man, a stable like paycheck seems pretty good, right? You have a dog named Scratch, an owlbear cub, and a whole menagerie of animals. Yeah, right? Damn. Baldur's Gate Life Simulator, Gartham. But to open a cafe, so I hear you on the responsibilities. Ooh, that's dope. Holy shit. Yeah, when you start doing like more businessy things, right? You have to like learn a whole different skill set, a whole different lingo, a whole different everything changes when you start running a business. I feel it. And so many plants collected during the pandemic, I got rid of a lot of them. Slowly replacing them were mainly ones with Lego plants. Oh yeah, I just can't get into the Lego plants. I don't know. I've gotten a couple. I have an unbuilt Lego bonsai tree in there in the closet. Ella has like a couple of like the orchids or whatever, and I'm just not about it. I don't know. I just can't get into them. Every time we went to the mall yesterday because my time was up on my watch. It wasn't working anymore, and I needed a new watch for tracking my walking challenge this summer. Right, my old one wasn't working, and so it's free on contract, whatever, basically. So I went and got an upgrade of my watch. So we went to the mall yesterday, and I always stop at the Lego store just to look at it. They had the Lego Slave 1 with Jango Fett and Young Boba. And they also had the T-Rex skeleton, which looked amazing. And they had the Bag End, the Lord of the Rings Lego sets. Dude, there's so many people walking around the mall with big-ass Lego bags. And I know in each one of those bags, there's like a $300 to $400 set in that bag or whatever. At least $100 and something set of Lego. Every time I go to the mall, I am shocked by the amount of people that have the money to buy Lego sets. It seems like in this economy when no one has any fucking money for anything, that the amount of average looking people that are just walking around with big old fucking Lego bags, like good for Lego for having a great brand people want to like support and buy and stuff, you know, that's great for them. But also, it just blows my mind a little bit to think how much money people like are willing to reserve for Lego. It's great though, you know. Look, it's if you're getting value of it and you're getting enjoyment and whatever, I can't do a lot of Lego around my house because I just don't like the way that like built sets look, rather than like a piece of art or like a sculpture or like a figure or whatever, you know what I mean? So I don't have a lot of Lego around my home because it's fun to build, and then like, what do you do with it? Obviously, people are like, oh, you put it up and look at it, and that's great. If you love that, and that's phenomenal. I'm genuinely happy for you. I'm envious. But I just can't do it, and I'm always so jealous when I see people walking around with these cool ass Lego sets. There's a couple Lego sets that I really wanted. I don't think I could get them anymore. Like the Mos Eisley Cantina would be a Lego set that I would absolutely love. I love any Star Wars set with weird like one-off figures. Like Ella got me a set that I'm never gonna build. That's the Sarlacc pit, because it has a limited edition Nien Nub figure in it. If you know anything about Star Wars and you know who Nien Nub is, you know why that's hilarious. L2 was here. You'd think he was fucking lit. I'd Lego to Titanic. That's super sick, dude. Like, yeah, man. The big Lego sets are awesome, and I just wish that I could, you know, I wish that I could like buy them and feel like I'm like not just buying them for the building experience, but like enjoying the set later. Like I buy a Gundam or whatever, and the Gundam looks great. Ella paints it. It looks like a great figure. It sits there forever. When it comes to Lego sets, I'm just like, I don't know, man. I really want to get into it because I love the culture of it. I love buying a new set and chilling out and whatever. It's just so much fucking fun, man. Ours goes by how many hours you have, so I may not even get my animation classes in the fall. What? Really? We're working on more concept pieces for the Astral Knight, so we can start populating the page with little Astral Knight concept art for the actual adventure, Thorgan. Like you said, X amount of hours one semester, you can register till later in the month, while people who higher amount of hours can register earlier. Oh, so it's like commitment or whatever. Huh. Modified it, made it in navigation lights works. Now I got that instead of a TV. That's funny. That's actually awesome. Yeah, Thorkin, I gotta check my vault, bro. Is my vault open? You're drawing as a scabbard? Yes, we're drawing a dagger and the scabbard design, hopefully with some Astral Knight concepts to it. Let me see if servers are up real quick. Oh, wait, I don't want to interrupt the recording. Shit, never mind. Damn it, I'll check it after. I'll check it later. I'll look later. No, BattleNet. Get away. Get away. Check our vault later. I have a question. As a content creator, would you be open to talk about that here, or should I just DM you? I mean, if it's not like sometimes talking about like behind the scenes like creator stuff is like pretty boring for normal people to listen to, unless you're like also creator. So I don't talk about a ton of creatory stuff, but sometimes it's interesting. So I'm always open to answer questions. If you have a question, Alf, about some stuff or a theory or whatever. If it's too in depth or too like whatever, then I'll just send you a DM about it. But you're more than welcome to ask, bro. If it's something I can quickly address, it's easier to talk about it than in DMs anyway. So yeah, hit me up. Want a Lego Lati C gunship that carries an ATTE. Oh, yeah. Okay, I know that one. I know that set. There's like some Lego sets, like some old Star Wars The Old Republic sets that I want. Like the Jedi. What was the Jedi ship from Star Wars The Old Republic? SWTOR Jedi ship Lego set. This one. This is one that I really want. The Corellian Defender. I want all the Star Wars The Old Republic ships for all the different classes. I think Dashto has this one. It's so cool, man. I don't even know how much this is. It's probably an expensive ass set now. And you got like this one for the Sith, or no, it's fucking Ahsoka. Where's the Sith one? This one, sorry. This one's the Sith. It's so cool with a Darth Malgus figure. I love the Star Wars ships Lego sets. They to me are the coolest ones. God, that's cool. But yeah, the new Slave 1 Jango Fett airship space-faring voyage crafter thing. Where was it? I thought it was on here. I thought I saw it. Yeah, UCS Jango Fett's starship. Oops. God, it's so cool. All right. Can't spend $300 on that shit. Can't spend $300 on that shit. Can't spend $300 on that shit. God damn it. Titanic picture with lights and stream topics. Okay, hold up. I kind of want to see this. Titanic picture with lights in stream topics. What is this? What do we got? These patches from Atari? These are so cool, man. What a great little tradition. That's rad. That's really cool. That is really sick. You know? See, I think that's fun. If I had the space for that kind of shit, dude, I'd have Star Destroyers and like a whole whatever. But my space is very limited, so I have to be very careful and intentional with like where I want to put in display shelves. And Lego just never like it never quite like jumps the bar for me. I'd rather have like a better figure, a piece of art or whatever there or something, you know? But it's so much fun. It's so cool and I love it. I'm confused. I'm having an internal chaos moment. All right. All the shorts I've uploaded before have gotten 50 views. The moment most today, it went off and got 8 times what anything before got in less than 12 hours. How, why? Help me understand the content creator, please. I'm confused. So there's 2 sides of that. With short form content and things like that, it is in some ways it's in a lot of ways a luck game that you can't really overthink. Videos that you put a lot of work and time and effort into are going to get like no views, and videos that you put like no time and effort to are sometimes going to get a lot of views. And so it's more of an averages thing. You're playing a statistics game. So think of it more about like you're giving every video an opportunity to go nuts and to like, you know, be seen by people. Re-upload some of your old videos if you think they're good, but also try and recognize trends. So there might be nothing that you did, but there might be something intentionally you did. So anytime that I've had a video perform a lot better, videos perform a lot better. I've had certain videos be like, why did this get 200,000 views? I don't fucking know, you know? But I've also had certain videos like performing better, and I can kind of track something like for shorts. When I started doing recording process is one thing, and they did like, you know, they did okay. But then when I started doing voiceover, it was another big jump. That was another big jump. The next big jump that I did was voiceover. How do I say this? Voice. More energy. When I added more energy to my voiceovers, those videos started doing better. And then the next big jump that I had was when I started doing captions. Okay. The next is when I started thinking about structure. So basically, this is telling people why they should care about your video in the first 3 seconds, and then expanding on why they should care within the next 5 to 10. Because if somebody's going to watch the first like 10 seconds of your video, they're likely going to watch the whole thing. But if someone isn't going to watch the first 10 seconds of your video, they probably aren't going to watch like any of it. So you need to be very upfront, kind of like if you're writing an article. Tell them why this video is going to matter to them or not, so they can make their decision up and scroll away or watch it. And then for the last part of like the video, you can kind of like, you know, have the actual like value content in the bottom after you've made the value assertion from them, whether or not the video is worth it. And then as far as content specific things goes, another big leap came when I started doing character concepts. So these are all things that you can track in your videos and your streams or whatever you're producing to see what people actually care about and how to improve the process of whatever you're doing. The problem is you need sometimes a large sample size. You need like to do a couple of videos to figure out if something is good or if it's not good. Okay, so like my first ever character concept video didn't do very good. My second one is my best performing video on TikTok of all time. And then after that, they average out to be higher. So I don't always want to overload with every video being here's a new character idea, but I definitely want to include them because they're fun and I like them. They showcase and highlight the art. Understanding how content works as far as like the actual art of the video doesn't matter as much as the story behind it. So one part, observe and take data. The second thing is don't overthink one video. Why did one video get 8 times the views of your last ones? Congratulations. That's awesome. You had an amazing video. Feel good about it. Is your next video going to be back to normal or even worse? Absolutely could be. Try and recognize the patterns as to why one video did better, but don't dwell on it to the point where you're going to drive yourself crazy. Don't obsessively try and understand the madness. Because that's just you know, not gonna not gonna end well, I don't think. I think trying too hard to try and figure out the method to the madness is just not Gucci. We don't like that. That ain't good. But that's awesome. If you got a video do really well, then great. You know, enjoy the moment. I had videos like, and sometimes you need to take a pause or whatever, and algorithms and things like that can, you know, there's always something to learn. Like if there's one thing I have learned about like creating videos and stuff, I brought an Instagram account from basically 500 followers to 10,300, I think right now, in 2 months. I brought my TikTok from the beginning of in about the same amount of time, from 200 followers to now 7,500, I think, and a YouTube from 0 to 7K in the last couple months. And I took a break for the last like week or two because I've been having some medical issues and having to like miss appointments and time's been fucked. That's okay. I'm giving myself the permission to do that because I've like, you know, as you're climbing, it's okay to, you know, build camp, set up camp for a bit, relax, chill out, and then keep pushing later. So I've only released like 2 or 3 videos in the last like week or two, but I was on daily posting for a long time, learning a lot about it. And if there's a couple things I've learned about this shit in that time, it's intentional, and that almost nobody lucks into having good videos. There's something you can always do. There's something that you need to like analyze that you're doing wrong, whether it's your voice sounds weird, or your video's like not interesting, or it's too niche, or your tags are wrong. There's always something to learn when it comes to making videos if you want to have eyes on your stuff, which I never cared about having eyes on my content because I'm more about the project, and you guys know that. But recently, since I've decided to start like developing an adventure that I want to kickstart, I have to start thinking about how am I going to get people to care about my project down the road. So I need to think about that. I need to care about it more than I have ever before. And so there's some interesting like things that go with that. But pay attention to the patterns, celebrate the successes and the wins, ride it when it's good, and don't agonize over when it isn't, trying to figure out what you could have done better for 1 or 2 videos or even 5 videos. Sometimes it's about learning the small lessons and then making small iterations before you achieve a new plateau and you get a new sort of view count or whatever. Anything like that. You know, like for me, like activations on Patreon. I started putting these things at the end of my Patreon, or the end of my videos, where I don't do call to actions too much on videos, Instagram shorts, anything like that, because I find that if you stack them too high, people get annoyed, and I've always believed that, and I think it's true, and I know it's true. So when I do a video now, you know, the video starts with like what does your favorite class say about you? So if that's an interesting topic, you know in the first 3 seconds if you want to watch this video or not. And then I expand on it to tell people who might be interested if they want to be part of the conversation. And people will scroll if they aren't, and they'll chill if they are. And then I'll usually ask a question to get people's opinions on it, because I actually am legitimately interested, and I do like reading through like comments on things what people like have to say about their classes or their D&D experience. And then like I started putting this in at the end, this Patreon D&D Art thing. And I started getting patrons based on that. So you learn oh shit, I'm at 10.5 now. Hey, look at that, man. Hey, dude, I've had some pretty cool, like some pretty big, like pretty big creators follow me that I'm really excited about. That like just find me out of nowhere, like Tank, or right, Camellia or whatever, like you know, like Quincy. I mean, like I have had some pretty like people that I look up to just find my shit out of nowhere, you know, with like gig Instagram accounts. That is really cool. So I think it is intentional. I think like this going from taking 4 years to get 500 followers on Instagram and then taking 2 months to get the next 10,000 was intentional changes made. And I definitely think that if you go into the tank a little bit, you can figure that shit out. You know, but every day I go on Instagram and I check my like every like 2 minutes, 10 minutes, 15, 13, 37, 22. It's like every like 5 or 10 minutes there's like a new follower, which is just unreal. But part of that is the brevity. Like, you notice it'll say followed from reels. You'll see all sorts of different reels in here and videos. So it's not one video. And Instagram's very good about serving old content. TikTok's not so good about that. YouTube's okay about it. So it's also kind of building your consistent like pool, putting the work in for a couple months, figuring stuff out, making bad videos, and then, you know, growing. Might be completely irrelevant. Thumbnails can be important. I think you're talking about easy to see. If it's like a Baldur's Gate video and thumbnails on the VTuber avatar, it might not be easier to understand a Baldur's Gate 3 video. Same goes for titles. Yeah, those are for the more long form stuff. For short form, what I found is that titles and thumbnails only really matter on YouTube. So titles and thumbnails matter greatly on YouTube, but they don't matter on TikTok or Instagram because people, and less on YouTube than you'd think. Because shorts, feeds, and reels and things like that you are scrolling through, you don't see the title or thumbnail. So definitely for long form, it matters greatly. Absolutely. 100%. For shorts, it doesn't seem to matter all that much. You look at like the people who have really big TikTok followings or Instagram or whatever, and they don't typically put all that, if any, investment into it. You see some people like PCAT does like really good thumbnailing and titling for her YouTube videos. But a lot of that is like not, you know, not all that common, I think. Pretty inspiring, dude. Yeah, thanks, man. It's been a journey to take, I guess. A journey to say the least, even. It's been fun. I've been trying really hard to, I don't like this. Trying really hard to like actually make interesting videos and stuff people like, that I would like to watch. That was so funny though when Camellia followed me the other day. I saw that on Instagram. Like, I didn't see it, but I saw it later, and I was like, oh my god, how do these people find me? How do they know? So yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool, man. But don't overthink it, Alf. Just have fun. Make cool stuff. All your videos right now are terrible, and use that as a all your videos are terrible, and your next 100 videos are gonna be terrible. Use that to take the pressure off. Obviously try and improve, but don't agonize over anything. Your videos are supposed to be terrible. My videos are still pretty terrible, and they're getting better, but I still have probably another like maybe 60 to 100 terrible videos in me before I'm gonna start making good videos, I think. Like really good videos. Never overthink it. Back to lurking? Alright, man. Good luck. Good luck. That's I mean YouTube, sorry. Yeah, I mean like YouTube's definitely one of the most useful ones, but I'm telling you, man, TikTok, Instagram, it's pretty crazy, those platforms and how they are growing and doing well. I'm still not confident enough to make my first like formal videos on like art instruction. Just because like writing a whole video script and making a longer form video, I think is like, I don't have the kind of recorded footage for long form videos yet. If that makes sense. I'm not recording footage in a way that's conducive to long form videos, and I need to figure that out. Which means I need to figure the challenge is I need to figure out how to record both horizontal and vertical on Twitch, and I don't know how to do that right now without really taxing my computer. The only way I can think about how to record horizontal and vertical is either overloading OBS in a way that it's going to blow up, or having Streamlabs and OBS simultaneously running with another monitor, an additional monitor, or making my quality of life even worse as far as monitor management goes. So it's definitely doable, but like that's one of the reasons why I do want to get that 5090 or like at least upgrade the GPU in some fashion, is because of those ambitious sort of projects. Are you streaming TikTok too? No, I was streaming on TikTok, but then they revoked. I didn't stream enough, and they revoked my access, and I tried to reapply, and they just said "fuck you." So, multi-streaming YouTube and Twitch is like great. The TikTok streams were fun too. But the reason why I haven't tried to get back into it is because it did also chunk my GPU quite a bit. Multi-streaming, people say, is a CPU issue, and it is for a lot of ways, unless you're multi-streaming through OBS and not Restream, and you have an art program open. Then it's an absolute GPU bottleneck. And so that's kind of where I'm at right now. So... I'd like to get back to that, but I need a new GPU before I can do that. So I'm not even going to try and reapply for access, because then you can also stream to YouTube Shorts, you can stream to Twitter and Instagram, and all sorts of stuff all at the same time. It's awesome. It's fun. The small monitor that's just the side for recording purposes. Yeah, and I have a small monitor right up here. But where I want to mount it and how I want to like fix it and figure it out and whatnot, it's just going to be a bit of a hassle. But it's mostly a GPU limitation. It's a hardware limitation. Either I need to get the Giga GPU that I want to get to be able to do this on one computer, or move to a two PC stream setup. But like once I do, then I can start making long form videos, and I really want to do that. So right now I'm only building a following on YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram for short form content in the anticipation of me one day making those long form videos. They're like imagine I have an Astral Knight video that talks about the entire ethos and like history and lore of the Astral Knight with awesome like recordings and sketches and things like that. I'd love to make those kind of videos. They're necessary for Eldar to build at some point in time. So, get my feet wet, as it were. Trying my best, man. It is also like a matter of like trying to do everything while doing everything while doing everything. But you know, there's part of it that's kind of like, it's a little frustrating sometimes, because I see how easy it is now on the other side. If I had started recording my process 3 years ago, there's a good chance Eldara would have its first Kickstarter out by now. Because I could have taken a quarter of the commissions for the same amount of, like, same rate. You know what I mean? It's like, fuck. Fuck. Damn it. And so now when I hear sometimes other artists talking about struggling through trying to find clients or commissions or whatever, I'm like, dude, it's so easy to do this. Like, please let me teach you how to do this whole thing. How to start making videos and record process and all this kind of stuff. Please let me teach you how to do this. But there's so many artists that are just so resistant to it, because I get it. You've just got so many things to do, right? Like, how do you do everything in life? You're trying to be a better artist while keeping up with your schedule, while taking care of your sick dog, while losing weight, while, you know, working your other job, while doing, you know, like there's just so many things to do in life. The idea of taking on one other task, like daily posting videos, what are you gonna do? You're gonna record a video and post it and record audio and edit a video for half an hour every single day for 2 months? Yeah, that sucked. And it's gonna suck when I get back into it again. I might not do daily. I might only do like 5 times a week or whatever. But man, the return on investment of time is just unreal. Like, take a day off of streaming a week. If you stream 4 days a week, stream 3 days a week and spend 1 day editing. I mean it. Or if you make art, like, you know, like, dude, it's people don't want to listen, and I understand why they don't want to listen. I didn't want to listen. Two PC stream might be the better to prolong PC health. It would be. It's just a much more expensive investment. I'd have to use this PC to stream off of, then I'd have to buy all the like, it's like similar hardware to like be able to build my like actual like art PC, you know. And then it's also heat is another issue. Then I have more PC in this room, and where am I going to put the second PC? I got to put it on this side, I think, but I don't really have room for it. And would that work even? I don't know. Probably. Maybe. I could probably do it. It would just be an absolute pain in the ass, and I don't think it'd be any less. I think it'd be more money, more cost up front, which I just can't invest right now, especially when I need to buy a new tablet soon. So years ago, social media was a bit different also. That's true. Yeah, that's fair. I remember 3 years ago, past Evan didn't want to use those tools, just wanted to enjoy the moment. Well, so that's part of it. Also, Oda, like definitely when I was first started streaming, I was not like, I was trying to like recover. I was trying to figure out how to be an artist again. And so I try and give myself a lot of grace for like those kind of things, which is a good thing that you point out. That if I didn't want to do this or that, or I couldn't stream as much or whatever it was, that was me. Like, dude, I was trying to figure out how to like, I was trying to recover. Like I was not in a place where I could really be like streaming and, you know, doing all this like art stuff and having these ambitious projects. Like I was trying to figure out how to be an artist again and how to like not hate myself through the entire process. I was recovering during a lot of that. So I had ambitions and goals and dreams, but a lot of it was like, hey, if I can just like get through this and like figure out how to like make art again regularly and enjoy the process and not hate it, that's like good enough for me, you know? And it was for a long time. And then it's like, okay, I'm better now. I can actually like start living up to that potential that I want to, hopefully. And man, I'm trying. I enjoy the moment, see where we're at in 3 years. Yeah, right? 3 years, we've got an Eldara campaign guide. Hi, Ella. What's up? One sec. And Ella is gone again. And then we were without Ella. I don't like this spiderweb shit. Get us out of here. We're doing class concept design, but I don't want to do anything too experimental, obviously, because we're not really working in well thought out territory. We're just trying to have fun right now with concept pieces, so let's not do anything weird and wacky and different. Let's just deliver on the concepts we already have. Vile, yeah, she just got home and she had to peace out and go out again, so she's not happy. She's Madge. She's big Madge. It's fine. Dude, she's got Otafest this week coming up here. She's got an anime convention. She's got so many conventions and stuff coming up, dude. It's not even funny. She's gonna be busy as all hell. That's good though, man. Like, she's doing really well. Growing her business. People are starting to, you know, like, you know what's funny? 3 or 4 times now, I've mentioned Ella, and somebody who's like newer has been like, wait, you're married to Blackwood Dice? Like, they know her like outside of like me and stream and stuff. That's like hilarious. I love that so much. It just makes me happy, man. It makes me happy. How do you want to do this? Do you want to do a wrapping? Let's do a leather stitch thingy down the middle. That's what we'll do. That's what we'll do. Okay. Yeah, there's like a shift in the way I feel about a lot of this like stuff, Eldar and whatnot. Now that I have the adventure out, like I know no one's really read it, and I haven't like read any of the feedback or Atari's thing or whatever yet. And but just knowing that it's out there and like it's there, it exists in the wilderness now, at least in some form people can go look at. It just feels like there's like finally something. Obviously, it's not a finished product; it's just in beta. And then now that I'm working on like class layout stuff for the Astral Knight, Like, there's just this sense of like, oh shit, are we making a game? Is this happening? Boys, did we do it? Are we there yet? Is this what it feels like? It's pretty cool. Astral Knight craftsmen must have an insane toolkit, so much detail. Yeah, so the Astral Knight like order, they are ornate and beautiful to the highest level. There's only one group of 3 smiths that know how to forge astral steel, and it is a guarded and locked secret where if anything ever happened to them, they'd have to like go deep beneath the temple to like whatever, I don't know, discover the secrets of how to forge astral alloys, and it'd be a big fucking deal. So the smiths are regarded as like religious figures in the order, and then beyond them, the actual like the other apprentices that help like forge the items and wares of the Astral Knights are incredibly skilled. Like these weapons don't ever end up in anyone else's hands, otherwise the Astral Knights will be on your doorstep, and like the story always ends that the blade was stolen off of the corpse of the dead Astral Knight, and then, you know, was liberated by 3 angry Astral Knights in the night, and no one survived, kind of shit. But people know better. But there's definitely like a market for people that want like Astral Order, you know, Astari blades and things like that. So they're supposed to be like some of the most beautiful and ornate in all of Eldara are from this order and on these knights. Niche problem, I want an apple tree. I have the apple seed, but I have no space for it because the avocado tree. That's a very niche problem. Yes, that does sound, that's, yep. How do you describe astral steel? Is it blue, ethereal, and metal? It's like kind of, I mean it's sort of, yeah, it has like this like tint of blue to it. It has this like shimmer through it of like kind of like flecks of light kind of like moving. Some people say that you can find constellations, like in astral steel that they build their swords out of. They don't make a proper astral steel alloy for their armor. They make sort of a different version of it that's not, it's a very strong and very like difficult to make type of armor, but it's not like this is like the purest form of it they use for the weapons, so they can actually channel their abilities through it, and it's strong enough to withhold that. But any sort of the magic that they sort of infuse into their forging process is it gives it this like strange kind of bluish glowing quality. It's the same energy that like colors their eyes. This like blue, it's a matching energy. Like all their spells and stuff are kind of like tinted and flavored with that blue, and so the swords and the blades and the weapons and all that are kind of in the same regard. Oops. But yeah, it's not supposed to be anything that's like obtainable by people outside the order. It's a very niche item that is definitely only available within the Astari. There are also like other weapons from the prehistory of the Astral Knights, when they weren't known as the Astari Order, when they were a group of practitioners of a very dangerous and deadly style of astral sage magic, which are basically the precursors to the Astral Knights, and they were known as the Lumari. And so there are astral steel weapons out there. What the fuck? I think my brush just did the thing where it... okay. Well, we are without keyboard again for a little bit. We're doing that thing where we're... God damn it. My keyboard bugged out. I need to get a new keyboard. This shit's ridiculous. Anyway, so there are some astral steel weapons that are not technically the Astari weapons that are owned by the Order, that are from the prehistory of the Lumari. So there's like probably 10 non-Astral Knight owned astral steel weapons, like in the world, and they're all owned by the Sage Orders or whatever. I think the Elvish Emperor of Ashasari owns one. And like the Astral Knights know about all these weapons, and they don't technically own them, so they don't have like a claim on them, so they don't, you know, make a big deal of it. But anything that happened, like the order made after the order was established, they will go to no, that like there is nothing that will stop them from reclaiming a weapon from their actual order. And no one's been able to like decipher the secrets of how to make one of these weapons again. So if that were to ever happen, the Astral Knights would probably like do something pretty dangerous, something a little reckless, and they'd be on their worst behavior about it. But until that day happens, they're pretty chill. The curtain wants to hug you, does it? Oh, Wendy. Oh, it's raining. Maybe why? Can I steal Ella's board again? Yeah, what? I mean, being a craftsperson within the order is also kind of a very, like, noble thing to do. A lot of knights will, when they sort of like get too venerable to wield out justice or whatever they do, they will turn to crafting and archiving and become sort of leaders and support roles in the order. You'll get niche problems like mine. Not like that. Not like I want to grow too many fruit trees where I live. That's not something I can relate to, Sleepy. I like it though. It's a great problem to have though, I think, you know. That's a phenomenal problem to have. Oh, I can't control Z anything. Oh, that's right. Oh, God, okay. Let me pain in the ass. Ugh, keyboard, man. I swear. There's some weird gremlins in my computer today. My tablet wasn't working, and then the keyboard's having issues. Photoshop has been a problem. It's just been a weird, like, weird couple of weeks, hey, for, like, computer and things. A lot of like weird setbacks. None of it's actually like been a real big setback, but it's just a lot of like challenges, you know. Even just like not being able to hear properly or whatever. There's been a lot of weird things. It's like one of those, you know, when it rains it pours type situations. But nothing's actually kind of stood in the way of getting projects out, so it's pretty good. I'm pretty proud of that. I will not be denied. Maybe I do need to do a full reset. Computer just like... What is even wrong with all this shit, man? I'm not gonna worry about it. Oh. Substantial rain. Hail, maybe? Oh boy, it's hailing. Alright, well. That was short-lasted hail. Probably back. Do you guys get hail where you live? Is that a normal thing? It's like a weird, like, weather thing that we get here. Everybody gets hail, right? I guess if you don't get snow, you might not get hail, right? When I grew up in Calgary, we'd get like golf ball size hail. Dude, there's cars all over the city that I grew up in that you drive to any mall and there'll be cars that look like they've just been fucking shit kicked, like absolutely destroyed from hail damage. People just drive around with them dented as shit because, like, what are you gonna do, you know? Insurance doesn't really cover it unless you pay a lot for hail protection. The second thought of there was a moose staring in the window. Oh shit! Again? Not again, man. Damn it, Canada. I'm trying to make fantasy items here. Please, if you can be on your best behavior for a little bit, Canada, that'd be great. And just be
I've missed
lovely.
hanging with you. Dude,
Oda,
Ivan
holy fuck, man.
Bahart.
Bro, thanks for the 45 months. Holy shit, man. We missed you around here. Yeah, man, it's been fucking sick, dude. You're off being a family man, doing amazing shit. How old is your little one now? Like 2.5 or so? Not 3 years old yet, right? Well, I appreciate the sub, man. You definitely don't have to do that, but I'm honored. All right, let's try the keyboard again. Let's see if it works. Hey, all you have to do is turn the keyboard off for like 5-10 minutes. 3 this week. Oh, okay, all right. So I wasn't too far off. Like, surely they're not like 4. 3 at the most. That's awesome, man. I'm really happy for you, bro. Yeah, my dog just turned 3. My brother, he kind of hates the fact that I track my nephew's age based on the fact that my nephew was born the same day that Yuna got spayed. So Yuna's about 6 months older than my nephew. I also love with my nephew relating to my brother whenever he has like problems with like, you know, like babies are pain in the ass, right? Whenever he has like baby woes, I'll be like, yeah, my dog keeps me up at night too. Yeah, she went through her phase where she'd like, you know, she'd like jump up and bark at the bed where she'd want up on the uppies on the bed, and she'd, you know, I'd put my foot down. She'd wake me up at like 2 a.m. Oh God. She woke me up at like 2 a.m. for like 3 weeks in a row, man. She'd just come over to my side of the bed and like whine at me and just want me to put my foot down. She'd like sit with me. And bro would be like, it's not the same. It's not the fucking same. Stop it. You track it like that, but you don't tell your brother that. That's true. Yeah. That's true. Yeah, the new parents, man, they don't like it when you compare them having their baby woes to you having a dog. But like, I think it's kind of similar in some ways. It's obviously like an extreme, you know. It's like way more difficult to have a human than it is to have a dog. But hey, man, like puppy blues exist, bro. They're tough. They're tough little bastards to. Yeah, brother not so fond of that one. Sister-in-law definitely not fond of that one. You know. Sister-in-law, I think she's nervous that I'm gonna like infect their nice, well-behaved kid and like make him a nerd or whatever. I think she's terrified of that. My sister-in-law is lovely, but she tolerates me. Okay, she's like a big, like fancy, like PhD, like giga brain, super sweet, very successful woman. She merely tolerates my existence. I've known her since like my brother and sister-in-law got married when they were like 19. So I've known my sister-in-law since my brother was in junior high. They knew each other. So I've known her for like 20 something years, and she merely tolerates my presence and my absurd nerd shit. She's so nice. I'll tell her about all my dumb nerd shit and she'll be like, wow, that's so cool, man. But I'm like, you're doing an amazing job of seeming interested, and like, she's really lovely. But I think she's afraid. She's like, your dipshit little brother is not going to make our like kid a fucking. He's not bringing over Pokemon cards. All right. I'm like, oh my god. My brother's not really a nerd. He used to be a nerd, but he's not really much of a nerd anymore. He definitely went normie at some point in time. He's into building his own fucking cars and being an engineer and shit. He's a really cool guy, but not a nerd, so I'm sitting here trying to figure out how I can infect this youngin, this little nephew of mine, to be a true nerd. How about a small dog, stairs and ramp for getting onto the bed? Yeah, right? Except I don't want her in my bed, ever. That's disgusting. Well, she can't be up on the bed because obviously it's bad for her hips and stuff when she's an 8-pound more, could be jumping down. But also, I just don't want her on the bed. That's like one place that we don't let her in the house is on the bed. I don't want no dog licking my fucking foot and shit while I'm asleep. Nope, she has her little puppy bed. She stays there at night. Now, really, there's a lot of overlap with that kind of stuff. The only thing the kid can properly articulate back to you. Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah. The losing sleep for your puppy lasts 3 weeks. For your baby, it lasts, what, 2 years? 3 years? So, hey, but it is similar, I think, People say that if you want to prep for having like a kid or whatever, you can get a dog and you kind of get at least a little bit of an idea of what maybe you're in store for, just a smidge, at least to the point where it's like good prep. If you can't handle that, you probably should rethink things. Get a puppy, yeah. It's 100% similar, having done 2 dogs from puppies and a 5-year-old. Right, I think like it's at least similar. It's comparable, right? Now, no new parent that's sleep deprived and whatever wants to hear about that, and I get that. But it is entirely similar. Now, my brother and sister-in-law, they're both deeply allergic to dogs. Like, even though I'm allergic to dogs too, but Yuna is a breed that I can tolerate better, and I've gotten over that allergy. So she's a non-shedding breed. So breeds like Bichon, Shih Tzu, Yorkie, Poodle, Maltese, Westie. There's a bunch of breeds that are hypoallergenic, air quotes, and they don't bother me as much as a shedding breed does. So like when Yuna comes back home from a daycare or like a doggy fucking play date or whatever, and she's been like covered with other dogs' fur and drool and fighting them and, jousting and whatever dogs do when they're fighting in a group and having fun, she'll come home and I'll be like allergic to her, so I have to bath her right after that. So I get it, but they're so allergic to dogs, the 2 of them, that they're allergic to even Yuna. She bothers them. They're really good about when we're over at like my dad's house, which is the only time I really see them. We'll bring Yuna over, and like Yuna will be playing with like my nephew, and they want him to have that experience, and she's licking his face and whatnot, and they're having fun. They're okay with that because they get that they want their son to be like okay with dogs, but they'll never have a dog, so they don't know. They don't know that it's basically the same thing. You gotta start with that Pokemon cards. Here's a pack of cards. I wanted to buy my nephew a box of Pokemon cards that were current release when he was born, but and then give him to my brother and sister-in-law to like say, hey, give this to him when he's 18, but they didn't seem interested in that. They're like, I don't want no fucking Pokemon cards in my house. Fuck this shit. Stupid ass nerd, man. Get out of here, loser. Maybe I'll just let's buy him a box or whatever and keep it to the side or something like that. See what it's worth when he's 18. Easiest way to infect young children with nerddom is to take them to conventions disguised as birthday presents. Ooh, wait, that's 5-head. That's genius. That might work, actually. Hold on, give me a sec. I think Yuna is crying for something. I want to make sure Ella like left her food before she left, because I realized Ella just came home and then dashed. So give me 1 sec here. While I'm gone, what do you want to look at while I'm gone? Let's here have a cool astral monk. All right, no revolts while I'm gone, okay? Orb, god damn it. All right, we're good. Dog cared for. Rain observed. Drink not refilled. What's up, Mel? Welcome back. What's up, dude? Is that a diamond crumb I see? Holy shit. Can you believe that? A diamond crumb? Somebody actually earned a diamond crumb in this chat. Oh my god. I can't believe that, dude. Holy. Wow. I'm so impressed, man. All right, dagger. Are we good with this dagger? I think we're good with this dagger. So we're gonna grab now screensaver. You want a screensaver? You want a dagger screensaver? All right, right here. Here's what we're gonna do. You want a screensaver, Tari? There you go. Wait. Okay. We have the dagger. Okay, and it's gonna bounce around. Okay. Ready? Yeah. Bro, what if it goes to the corner? Oh man, come on. Damn it. God, I guess no one's cheering enough bits for it to, okay. Okay, I'm sorry. My microtransaction arc is over. My villain arc is over. Okay, we need a couple quick little coins. Never goes to the corner. God damn it. You're not making the bounce side effects? Oh, I'm sorry. No, you're right about that. I'm sorry about that. My bad. We need a couple of coins to go with this, I think. And maybe a little astral holy symbol. Tiered 100 bits? Oh, fuck. That's shit, man. That's enough. Yeah, you want some shit for 100 bits? Yeah, shit. God damn. Jeez, you just had to say so. Oh my god. Okay, all right. Wait. The microtax has been paid. Wait. Almost. Yeah, there you go. Professional art streamer. Let's go, man. Let's go. Okay, dude. Watch that be someone's first impression of my stream. Like, oh wow, D&D art. Let me come in and see what's going on in here. How about this? Is he really microtransacting his chat to have his stupid screensaver thing? Is big enough coin? Wait, what is hold on. Whoops. How big would a coin be? About this big? Sure, about that big. We'll do a couple little coins. And trinketure for the Astral Knight. Oh wait, hold on. Okay, hold on. Now that I'm not recording that, I want to check my vault real quick. Give me a second. Listen, this is an ancient Tuesday tradition. For those of you who have been here for many years ago, back when Battle for Azeroth was the current World of Warcraft expansion, I would wake up on Tuesday mornings, and it was a tradition that I would check my World of Warcraft vault, and Thorkin and Dashto would pog out of their minds. Let me see what I got. Hold on. We'll go check the vault together. All right. How do I get this back on my screen? Main monitor. Oh, that's it, kind of. God, these 21:9 monitors. All right. It's not loading. We'll give it a second. It's patch day. It's fine. It's patch day. Right? Yeah, no problem. No problem, man. Okay, I want actually, because I'm not going to record the coin process, I want Charlotte. Actually, should I record the pro? Nah, that's lame. Ooh, we can have Alicia on there as a reference there for, yeah, because she got a little brooch and stuff. Ooh, yeah, okay. Here's what we'll do. There we go. Now I can have that as reference up for myself. Yes, dude. Here we go. Okay. It loaded. Name monitor. All right, Thorkin, let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. We got 3 heroic pieces in store here. 3, 4, or 649 pieces, I think. Let's see what we got. All right. Gloves, that'd be okay. Boots, no, we already got hero groups, and a core recycling unit. Ooh. A trinket use. The gloves would be nice though, because that's hero track. We have champion track. Core recycling unit adds energy to the core or to the container for every enemy slain up to maximum of 20. Ooh, I don't like it already. Consume all stored energy. Costs to send a surge of restorative energy throughout you and instantly healing you for 1.6 million with an additional whatever over seconds. That is terrible. Terrible. Oh, it's a tank healing trinket. Oh, God. Well, hey, man, we get gloves. We get hero track gloves. That's cool. Great. Cool. Hey. Hey, yo. Sick. Or sorry, shoulders. I'm saying gloves. I keep saying gloves. I meant shoulders. That's cool. We can upgrade them and make them tier. Hell yeah. All right. Well, got something useful out of there. Cool. Looking good, man. Looking real teary. All right. That was the best part of my day. Neat. Cool. That was fun. All right. Better luck next week? Yeah, right? I should do like my 8 delves and then also do 3 plus. You get 6 options. Wait, Evan's back on crack? Wait, what? Back? I never left. Yeah, what do you mean I never left? Okay, Astral Knight coins. Ooh, wait. Okay, how to make some cool ass coins for Astral Knights? Let's do something with just like the general sort of a starry order on it, maybe. We'll do a couple of different coins. We'll do like maybe 2 or 3 different designs. One with a rune on it. Actually, they wouldn't really put runes on them. Maybe they put like emblems and stuff. So maybe a Two Pokemon cards. A friend of mine was going through my old binders of cards from the very first 4 sets and put together. Apparently, some of my cards, if I pay to get them graded, are worth several thousands, and a couple of them are even more. I looked at him and I was like, but that requires me to pay someone per card to do that. And I hope I find a buyer. Fuck that noise. Well, it depends on if you have cards. So here's the thing. Grading cards is a luxury, a scam, and an investment protection all in the same thing. So there are certain cards that you should absolutely get graded because it'll increase the value of them. It'll allow you to insure them properly, and it'll make them more likely to be able to be sold. But if a card is not in pristine condition, it actually doesn't matter to get it graded. It doesn't. So there are some cards that like, it's like, yeah, man, if this card grades a PSA 10 Charizard, it's worth, 100,000 instead of like the $3,000 that you have. In theory, yes, but most high-end collectors and investors in trading cards, if it's an 8 or under, they'll crack it out of the slab. And a card is really, depending on who you ask, is really only be worth grading if it's like above a certain like price threshold. Pokemon nerds have definitely drank the Kool-Aid and bit the scam bullet in the butt or whatever. They fetishize grading way more than is useful, and they end up wasting a lot of money and spending a lot of money on the grading companies. So I definitely think that if you have some big first edition minty pristine good shit, or even shadowless from the first set, and then first edition from the next three, definitely worth it. If you aren't talking about first edition and minty mint, then it's probably not necessary to grade it. You can just sell them on whatever service, and it'll be totally fine, I think. The grading is really, it's a luxury, it's an indulgence. It's fun to get a card graded. Look at how pretty those graded cards are back there. If you want to display it and you want to keep it protected, it's definitely worth it. Like, some of those cards aren't worth much, but they're fun, you know, to have graded. But if you're not, like, if you're doing it as an investment, it's not always worth it. Not to the point. So it is worth it more so than the high-end Magic and sports card collectors would tell you, because they're like, oh, if a card's worth less than $5,000, there's no point in grading it. Fair. For them and their group, it totally is. But then Pokemon nerds will say, if a card's worth more than $20, it's worth it grading. No. It's somewhere like, if your card is worth unslabbed probably more than 1,000, sure, grade it. It'll be way easier to sell, way better. But if it's worth less than that slabbed, and a lot of first edition stuff, if it's not minty mint, is not going to hit that margin, yeah, I wouldn't worry about it. You don't have to. You don't feel forced into it if you don't want to. Why the Astral Knights have their own monetary system, though? Well, they wouldn't, but I'm trying to paint a picture of an adventurer within the Astral Knight Order. So I'm trying to build some of their trinkets and things that they would have on them for their adventures as an Astral Knight. So not necessarily like Astral Knight coins, but like maybe Sage Order currency. They might use some of that kind of stuff. Novalian coins is probably more likely, I think. All my cards are in pristine condition. When I was younger, all my packs were opened while wearing gloves, immediately sleeved and then put in the binder. Then you're probably up there. Yeah. Some of them were still in original sealed packaging, direct from Nintendo's in-house store back in the day, and almost all of them are first editions or shadowless. Yeah, sure. Then you probably do have some stuff that's worth it. So if you have cards that are grading 9 and 10 that are shadowless, for like shadowless and for like first edition or shadowless from the base set, and then first edition from Fossil, Jungle, and Team Rocket, then, you know, yeah, the difference between a PSA 9 or 10 Dark Charizard or Blastoise or whatever is definitely up there. Yeah, I would definitely get that shit graded if you want to sell it. It's worth the investment, 100%. You're gonna have much more buyer confidence. You're gonna have an easier time moving them. But if it's like you're gonna get 8s on any of it, and you know the problem is that you can. So this is an issue with Pokemon specifically. The way holo foiling on Pokemon worked, a lot of people think that they treated their Pokemon cards with the same care as they treated their Magic cards and sports cards, and they still get lower grades. And you're like, how? I put this card straight from a binder into whatever. It's been sealed. That's the nature of this. The fragility of the Pokemon holo foiling is it can collect scratches just from you fucking talking about that card. Like, we should stop talking about these cards now, because they'll collect scratches just from us acknowledging they exist. So you definitely could have some of that shit that's like really definitely up there and worth grading. I totally agree with you for that friend of yours. But if it's not like ultra mint, you don't feel pressured to. But you could have a serious little collection there. That's fucking cool, man. You know, let's go, dude. That's exciting. What would Novalian coins look like? Novalian coins, let's just do a couple like generic crowns and stuff like that. Maybe we'll do a Sage Order coin or two. Medallions, coins, things like that, whatever, you know. Crowns, jewels, gems. You know. Dude, I fucking love trading cards, man. I fucking love trading cards so much. I'm having so much fun LARPing as somebody with an actual trading card thing. With these Eldara promos, I'm really having a lot of fun. And then like thinking, so I'm actually doing my first test prints this weekend for the Eldara trading card set, for like a proper base set. I'm gonna make my first test print of the base set this weekend. I'm so excited, dude. You have no idea. I'm legitimately doing this out of nothing but love and passion for the love and passion of trading cards, and I'm thoroughly enjoying myself. All right. I'm just unconvinced that the fine art print paper is the right way to go, but I don't really have another solution, because the actual paper that proper trading cards are printed on is called blues something or another. I forget what it's called. But you can only get it in rolls, so you can't print it yourself. And finding cardstock that's like high enough quality, that's the same thickness, that's glossy and not matte, is like almost impossible. So it's not ideal. Like the cards that I make, the trading cards, are going to be very fragile. You're going to be very careful with them. They are not to be handled outside of sleeves, basically, or else you're going to shit kick them. Which is like unfortunate, but also kind of funny too, like in the ephemeral quality of trading cards. I don't know. I'm enjoying myself. I'm having fun LARPing, okay? Leave me be. He was looking at my cards, and there are a couple of grades 7 or 8s that are worth a lot. Grades 9 and 10 are obscene. Yeah, I mean, yeah, absolutely. Things like some of the first edition holos from base set. It's a couple of Jungle and Fossil, but Jungle and Fossil doesn't price as high as people think it does. Nearly as high. And then Team Rocket, like there's some dark, you know, Mewtwo, Blastoise, Zapdos, Charizard, I think, are all really high grading. There's a couple of them. So definitely if you have, all I'm saying is just maybe be a little bit cautious of your friend's enthusiasm. Sometimes people hear old Pokemon cards and they see dollar bills, and it's really like not, you know, I've seen this a billion times where somebody would come into the game store that I worked at all excited with money in their eyes and like, I found old Pokemon cards. Look, this says first edition. It's in such good condition. And you have to break the news to them their card worth $200 and not the price of a mortgage. So all I say is just balance your expectations a little bit, but you could have some substantial stuff in there, and that's really fucking exciting. You know, that's awesome. Definitely pay to get that shit graded if you have the cards that are sort of like worthy of it. You know, 100%. Let's go. Invest. Now's an okay time. Pokemon's in a bit of a boom, a bit of a bull market. So now's actually a decent time to get rid of them. It's not like it was in 2021, but it's dece. It's dece. It's okay. Fancy medieval coin. Let's see some examples here of things we can do in the background here. Ooh, these are cool. Got some like runes and shit on them. What is that, Latin? Okay. That's awesome, though, Zelia. That's really exciting. Finding old treasures. Do this and then like strip. I should have done this the crown on top of this, but I'm dumb, so you know. Remember, you gotta speak in crayon to me. Most likely Latin? Yeah, right. I'm planning something anytime soon. I'm nowhere excited as him. Just like, oh, it's cool. Well, like I said, I'm always skeptical of the enthusiasm of Pokemon collectors. I'm not saying your friend's full of shit, but you know, I've seen a lot of Pokemon collectors like be very enthusiastic, think that they're going to be rich because of old cards, and be very disappointed. So I was trying to balance expectations, but at the same time, I have seen people just find small fortunes. So definitely something worth investigating, Azalea. Make a whole checker set. That'd be a lot of work. That'd be fun, though. Be fun as hell. Yeah, wait. Wait, hold up. Still have this idea that someone put in my head years ago to make tarot cards. I don't know if there'd be a much of a market for that, if it's worth the time. It'd have to be a deep passion project. But when I think of all the lesser and greater arcanas and stuff like that, it seems like very daunting to do like a whole 50 or 60 or something card tarot deck or whatever, instead of just like the major arcanas. I could do tarot cards and then, oh my god, I could give them to Vixie and she could do readings for me. Dude, imagine if Vixie did tarot readings on her stream with my cards. Holy. Could you imagine? I can imagine. There would? You think so? I'd have to make them very durable, because that's the problem with the trading cards that I have right now. 50 cards a deck? I have no idea. For a proper tarot deck, I don't think it's 52. I think it's like 50 something or whatever. It's not quite. But hey, listen. I'm not the expert here, so Could be. It'd have to be very durable, though. Because, like, okay, what... Hold on. Let me just see if I can source this shit. What is the paper that MTG cards are printed on blue? It's called blue something. Blue... Cardi Mundi's 300 GSM. Oh, that's right. So I don't know where you would buy Cardi Mundi 300 GSM card stock, because I use 300 for that's what my cards are. They're the same thickness. 5x7, huh? 200 pack of 300 GSM, 110 pound thick. What do they use? What weight is it? 13, 12, 13, 14 point. This might work actually. This could work, but if I need 8.5 by 11 or 13 by, or no, yeah, 13 by 19. 8.5 by 11 or more. To be able to make them durable, like actual durable. Unit by 11, 350 GSM. That could work. I just don't know if it's good enough quality to print. Trusted by professionals. Oh shit! Wait, it is a pro. Like, dude, it says, look at how professional she is. She's examining the printed stock, the printed product, and it says quality trusted by professionals since 1995. Oh my god! Wait. That shit? Premium quality stock? 350 GSM, that's really nice. Super thick stocks, perfect for making business cards, postcards, or index cards. Works with professional grade inkjet or laser printers. Meets US letter specifications at 8.5 by 11. Ooh. How much is this? 40 pack for 21 bucks. Maybe I take a gamble on it. Having a nice paper cutter too that I don't have to do with this with my knife would be nice too. Huh. Thick cardstock. 17 point. That's gonna be thicker than Magic cards though. These cards are gonna be thick if we do this shit with that cardstock. Because Magic's 12, 13, or 14 point, and that's 17 point thickness. I think that can run through my printer actually. I just need to put it through my back feed. That's why I own a $1,500 printer. There you go. I could try it. Super double thick cardstock. 325 GSMs, 120 pound cover. Premium inkjet, certified professional since 1995. Oh, wait, hold on. We can look at some reviews. Let's look at Amazon reviews. Let's see what kind of like greeting card ass looking things people have made with this. Let's see, Amazon review. Did its job perfectly. Don't know if this is actually 130 pound, but it's thick and stiff and smooth. I use it for light application printing and watercolor art due to being acidic and lignin free. It stands up lovely and looks professional. Also goes through my Epson 2850 Eco Tank. That's actually good to know. Wait, an Amazon review that was actually useful? So card. Helpful.
I'll try it. That's a lot cheaper than my $80 for. So I pay $80 for 20 sheets. I think it's about $80 for 20 sheets. So paying 20 for, but I also don't need. Oh God, but if the color. So this would be more likely for tarot cards, because this is not still going to be up to the quality for the promos that I have. I don't know. Does anybody who has one of their promos or fucking badges or whatever have an opinion? Because I send these badges and cards out to people, and everyone's just like neat, but no one ever has an opinion on the print quality or anything. And like, fair enough. Why would you? Like, this is like artist nerd shit. You either like it or don't. You know? I don't know if I'm overthinking it and thinking that we need to have like these be fine art card prints. Fine art trading cards. I'm kind of deviating from the norm here with this idea of making fine art trading cards. So I understand that, I guess. Just make them out of sheets of cast iron. That's a better idea. How professional, yeah. I don't see a box I can buy in your store. Is there a wait list? I have to figure out demand, because I'm either going to do a series of 80 booster packs or 160 booster packs. The cost investment up front is going to be massive either way, and I don't know if I should do a series of 80 or 120, or sorry, 160. Or no, people like 150 actually, I think. 80 or 150-ish booster packs. That'd still be too, like, the problem is these are not going to be cheap. Like these are going to be like really good quality, like fine art prints as cards. So it's going to be like probably $12 to $15 a pack. You know what I mean? And I don't think that I think that's not like, I don't think there's going to be much demand for them then at that point. No one's going to want to buy. I was going to make boxes of 6. I was going to sell them as individual packs for people that wanted them, do some giveaways for people that thought they were cool. And then I was going to actually make little boxes of either 6 or 8 packs. I think 8 would be better, because it's 2 stacks of, it's 2 stacks of 4. Right? And they're gonna have like the Eldara thing on them and be a little box. It's like sealed, little like fucking like hollow whatever and shit like that. But like a box of 8 boosters would still be like $100. That's not like, that's unreasonable, right? That's fucking stupid. God, how do I make this less expensive? The paper is gonna be so expensive if I do these. Would you guys rather have dumpier, less expensive trading cards, or does the idea of them being high-end, high-quality art print cards better? Does anybody care about that besides me? That's the question. I think it's cool, obviously, because I value my art and I value the quality and I want to make the highest quality product I can. But do people prefer to have quantity over quality here? Because for trading cards, that is like, absolutely not. For my prints are my babies, the highest quality I can do. That's why I don't make any fucking money from them, because they're so expensive to make. Like, I charge $20 for a print. Other artists charge $20 for a print. My print cost me $12. Other artists cost them 50 cents. So it's a bit of a different, you know. And I don't compromise on that, because I don't want my art prints to ever be poorly represented. But for trading cards, it's a bit of a different application. Because, sorry, it's not just a downgrade in quality, it's also an upgrade in durability. Because if you have a glossy cardstock card, you can kind of be like a little bit rougher with it. For these like badges and art print cards that I'm making, they're like fine art prints. Like, you can't shuffle them and fuck around with them and stuff, you know? How much goes to foiling? There's not going to be any foils for these ones, for this series. This series is going to be a foil-less set. Because foiling is I need other equipment for it, which I can buy. It's just going to be another investment for a future set. Quality is better than quantity. I think so, right? Because it's still like, the thing is, I'm not looking at the boxes. The boxes are dumb, like collector's thing that I want to do. That's fun. It's like a little box of Eldar trading cards, you know. And like, each pack is going to have a limited, like, numbered serialized rare. So there's not going to be a single dump pack. Every single pack, you know, you're getting a specific card. When I make a series of rares, and I make rares to either 5 or out of 10, if I make a bigger series, if I make rares out of 10 and you get Amelia 1 out of 10, it's numbered on the card. So you know which rare you're getting, and you know there's not more than those 10 or whatever, you know? And so it's fine if it's a bit more of a premium thing. I get it. I like that about like more premium card product. But the boxes are dumb, but is a single pack of like, I think it's 6 cards. I think it's 5. What is it? 5 commons. I think it's 1 map, 1 rare, and then like 1 magic item, I think. So 8 cards is an 8-card pack of fine art trading cards. Can I justify that between $12 to $15 to make sure that I don't absolutely get shit on as far like this is not, listen, this is not a money making project here. This is a complete passion project, but I don't want to obviously like, can you justify a single booster pack of Realms of Eldara trading cards, Series 1, with 8 cards in it for $15? That's tough. That's easier than a booster box. Because a booster box would be like 120, but I'd probably do it for like 100, 110. I don't know. I want to do the highest quality thing, even if the paper kicks me in the shit. Like just straight up. Just all the shit gets kicked. It's like I don't want to compromise on it. I want to make the thing that I'm proud of. Fuck, man. Height is cool, but you can go a little bit overboard on things, you know. That's true. Yep. Trading card manufacturers likely buy in bulk. They get better deals on them. Absolutely. Yeah. Do you want to make cards that we need sleeves for? For tarot deck, you should go with the higher quality. So for tarot, no. For that card print that I want to try is for tarot. That's the durable one. I'm talking about the like when I'm talking about the cards, the fine art cards. This is what I'm talking about. So these are the first promos that I made publicly available. But this is the test series for these cards. This is a promo for Lady Luna, and I gave away a bunch of these on my Friday stream on my this is what we're talking about. This is what they'd look like. So this is a promo to 8. So there's only 9 of these in existence because one of them is a 0 out of 8. I'm not sure if it'll focus on that. Kind of. So this is what we're talking about. So these ones would have to basically be sleeved. If they're this high end, sort of like this is my regular print paper, by the way. It is not cut easily. I have to be very, very careful. The amount of time I put into cutting these carefully is per sheet is like a lot, but it's worth it because I take pride in it. For tarot decks, absolutely the tarot cards will be a durable, like easier to mess around with card stock. But for the fine art print cards that I'm thinking about, this is where I'm thinking about, do I go with the current paper I have, which is a double-sided, because like fine art paper, when you get it, by the way, like cotton, this is not paper, like pulp, this is cotton rag. When you go with like fine art, like high-end, like multiple $100 print, you know, art gallery grade, whatever paper, it's usually only single-sided. So I pay a large premium to get double-sided versions of this other paper that I get that's this thick, you know? And I think it's worth it for my own prints because I take pride in them. But is anyone else going to care about this? And not anyone else. Are enough people going to care about it to pay for the just the upfront cost so I don't have to lose $500 on this dumb project? Or is it worth it anyway? Fuck it, I'll do it anyway. You only print 80 cards and sell them in packs of 12 cards. No, 80 packs worth of cards. So yeah, 80 packs. So Jacob, there are how many cards do I have here? Hold on. We can figure out what I have right now. So if we go to the Eldar trading cards file, we can figure this out exactly how many there are. So there are, as far as commons goes, so base cards, there are 20 base cards. So 20 times, here's how I figure this out. Oops. Here's how I figure this out. So we have 20 different cards, and we can print them on pages of 9. So we get 8 cards that are useful out of them. Or, well, we had 9, whatever. 20 times 9, so you get 180 cards in total. Divide that by 5 equals 36. So if I print 1 page of each common, that's 36, right? If I print 3 pages of each common, that's 108 total, like, booster packs worth. 3 pages of each common, and then I have enough rares to fill them out. So that's what's defining it, is how many pages of each pack or of each common I want to print. Do I want there to be 8, you know, or more or whatever? How many commons do I want to print of each one? And I could also increase the set though. I could make it like, I kind of like there being a limited common set of 20 though, because there's 20 commons. Then there's 5 different maps. And then there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 rares. And those go to 5, but they can go to 10 as well. Epics, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 epics, and they go to 3. And the legendaries, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 legendaries. And they're all 1 of 1s. And then after that, there's the promos. So this was going to be the promo, by the way, for tier 3 subs this month. So if you guys were a tier 3 sub in May at any point in time, and you want to know what fucking stupid ass promo you're getting the Hidden Runes of Horizon. And I'm going to make it a larger promo series so that I have enough for people, because 8 was not enough. So, and I don't want to do a second printing of the promo. I want to do a single one. So yeah. Reasonable TVH getting OG artist prints. Yeah, because they're kind of in between like a trading card and an artist print. This is such a stupid project, I know. The idea of lots of folks are doing it at cons, it's a unique item. Some folks may just wish to have something different. Yeah, I don't know if anyone at conventions will care about this. This is more for like our community. Because I don't think if you come to my table at a convention, you see some dumbass like trading cards for my thing. Like, I don't know if anyone would think it's cool. You know, maybe they would. I mean, I don't know. If I do them at $15 US, they'll be 20 Canadian. I don't think a single person's going to pay 20 Canadian for a booster pack. So I'll have promos available, like single edition promos, definitely at conventions and stuff. Make like a 40 series promo thing, and anyone who comes to my table that knows me or like knows Eldar, I'll give them a promo. You know, that's fucking cool. Realms of Eldar TCG first run should go with what's easiest, I'd say. Find the standard and then evaluate for future editions. Yeah. Build one thing, then iterate. Torpedo up and see if it hits the medium. Well, that's true. I mean, the problem is if I'm promising like print runs and stuff, I think people want to know about that. Are the print runs to 5 or are the print runs to 10 for rares, for instance? And I think that's going to make a decision for a lot of people, whether or not it's worth supporting or they want to get into it. Something that would be for me is knowing exactly what the print run's going to look like for the first edition. You get the point about it being 10 boxes. Oh, if you're 80 cards, sell them for packs of 12 card. Oh, well, I would make no offense to the community, but the sold out day you put them online. So I don't know about that, Jacob. I think that's a bit optimistic. I would only be doing a certain amount of boxes. And most will be available in loose packs, right? And I got to figure out how to package them. I have an idea of how I want to do the packaging. It's really kind of fun, I hope. But it's also going to take me a long-ass time to do all the packaging for this, because I'm doing this all by hand. This is entirely a stupid passion project that I am definitely in love with. So, and then I think what I want to do is maybe make some of the common sets, like I want to make maybe some of the commons available to purchase on their own for people that want to finish the common set. Does that make sense? Later on. Or maybe I don't. And you guys can just trade amongst yourselves, you nerds. Dude, what if there's like a trading ecosystem that builds in our Discord, people trying to finish the base set of 20? That would make me the most happy. If there was a trading ecosystem that built in our Discord of people trying to finish the common sets for their full set, that would probably be one of the best things that ever happened to me as an artist. That'd be fun. Pilot sealed packs, yeah. Yeah, I gotta think about this, man. I gotta think about how to do this, because I want this to be fun, but it's an investment for sure. It's gonna be a ridiculous amount of time sink, but I'm happy to do that. It's fun. I just don't want to get absolutely eaten when I have to order like $1,000 of paper or whatever. That's the only thing. And like, look, here's the thing though. If I list if I put these card packs on my print store, let's just say for even for 15 bucks a pack or whatever. And they sit there, and I have 60 packs, and they sit there for like 5 years, right? And then one day in 2030, the Realms of Eldara is a big, cool project that people are like, wow, man, these card packs from the original release of Horizon like are so fucking cool. You know, eventually if I keep doing stuff, then the price point will be accepted. It's just can I justify that initial sync right now? So there's that. Dune's card is dope. Goblin market, yeah, dude. Tell my buddy, stop, not yet. Hold. Well, if I did 3 pages, if I did 4 pages of commons. So 4 pages of commons is, let me get my fun calculator out here again. These are big numbers for me. 4 pages of commons is 4 times 9 equals 36. So then times that by 20 is 720. Divide that by 5. Commons is 144 packs. 4 pages of commons. So 144 packs. So then I would need to fill out I need to fill 144 packs worth of rares and epics and stuff. So I have 4 1 of 1s. So it's 140 packs. And if I do epics to 5 instead of 3, and I have, how many epics do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's minus 30. I have 110. So then rares have to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 110 divided by 8 equals a series of 13. That doesn't work. Rares can't go to 13. I'd have to add an additional rare or 2, like maybe 3, to make them go to 10. I'd have to have 11 rares to have series go to 10. I've got a full set. Would you sign them? Absolutely. I'm considering signing them anyway, because these are fine art. These are fine art print cards. Like, I'm considering signing every rare and legendary. Not commons, because I think that people like the pristine sort of like feel of a common, but yeah, absolutely. 13 rares is fine, I think. 13 of each rare. So you'd say each rare goes to 13. So when you get yourself an Amelia Hearthwood card, and it says to 13, I'd like it to be to 10, because that's a nice, like, pretty number for me. And then I'd have to add in, what, how many rares do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 rares. So I'd have to add in 3 more rares. That's not bad, actually. And then epics to 5 and legendaries be 1 of 1. Or maybe I make the legendaries like 1 of 3, and then I make a couple of other 1 of 1s. So I could do, ooh, so hold on, this changes that a little bit. So it was 144 minus 4 1 of 1s. And then if legendaries are to 3, that's minus 12.
Rare Cannon Fox Girl Izalia card XD3.
Yeah, let's go, dude. And then epics to 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's minus 30. That's 98. So I only need 10 rares. Oh, wait, that works. So if I expand if I make a new 1 of 1, I make the current 1 of 1s a 1 of 3. And then I have a 1 of 3, a 1 of 5, a 1 of 10. And then I have 3 1 of 1s for chase, because it's funny. And then I have a rare set of 10, a base set of 20, maps to 6. rares to whatever, unnumbered magic item cards. So hold on. So this is then going to be, how many cards in total is this? For 144 packs times what, 8 cards equals 1152 divided by 9 cards per page is 128 pages. So that's 6 boxes. So this is going to cost me $600 in paper. Wouldn't it be easier? There's one print page of cards. Yeah, that would be easier actually. To do to 9. But there's something elegant about the of 10. So $500 in print in paper only. Plus the packaging stuff is probably gonna be another $200. So this is a $700 investment. Oh God, this is a dumb idea. This is a dumb idea. This is stupid. Why am I considering this? This is so fucking stupid. Yeah, $600 just in paper. Exactly. Right? It's our gif of pounding on desks with cash head. I'm sorry. Are the rune cards the knights use for reference when they're inscribing runes in their swords? I think they'd have it in scrolls. Something along those lines, right? You know, Battle of Ordara is a BO7 somewhere in Alberta, right? That's Penguin knows. The orb. Ball till you fall. God, that's a lot. I mean, how many packs would I have to sell at 15 Canadian? Oof, that's a lot. I'd have to sell out of a quarter, more than a quarter of the inventory to make back cost on material alone. Now, I'm not factoring cost of time because this is a passion project. Material alone would be, oof. All right, fuck it. I'm gonna try this. We're gonna do this way. We're gonna do the big series. I'm gonna try and do 4 pages of commons. So 144 packs total. 144 packs, excuse me, Jesus. And how much is a box? A box of 8 packs would be, because I can probably do a little bit of a discount on boxes because it's better that way, but times 12 is, it'd be like $96 for 8 packs, I think, US. That's a lot, man. I might have to do them for like 14. Nah, God, I don't want to do them for $14 a pack. That's so fucking obsessive and stupid and lame. Oh, God. Yeah, well. What are US for a box of 8 packs around it? Kickstarter, the thing is, Kickstarter, I think you need to have a substantial like project and goal, whatever, for Kickstarter. Can you do a small Kickstarter? Can you run a small Kickstarter? I'd rather just do it through my print store and make it a product, right? Small Kickstarter campaign is certainly possible, while the amount of work involved depending on the project, whatever. What is the smallest Kickstarter campaign you can run? Can I run a $2,000 Kickstarter campaign? You know, I don't need to Kickstarter this. I can probably just run, because this cannot scale. This can't scale. Right? There has to be a limit. If the rares go to 5, that's great. Or to 10, that's great. If the rares, if I get like 1,000 pack orders and the rares go to like whatever, that's like something cool for the future maybe. But at that point in time, we merge quality and quantity, and now we have like high-end packs that you can have. I think, but the Kickstarter would be, I think $300. Can I pre-order 3 boxes? Maybe if I put pre-orders on my print store, absolutely. I might do some. God, I don't know. Would this be better as a tiny, like a can you cap a Kickstarter? You can, right? Because you can have like a amount of product like sold out, right? I think, right? I could make a very small Kickstarter that just caps it. What percent cut does Kickstarter take? What percent cut does Kickstarter take? Because I don't need to use that if they're going to take a cut. 5% cut, additional payment processing fee of 3 to 5%. So you look at 8% just to. So in Canada, it's 8 to 10% for fees. So if I have a $2,000 Kickstarter, Kickstarter immediately takes around $200. That's lame. I'd rather, yeah, you're right. Just put it on pre-sales on my print store. Again, as long as I don't care if this like sells out. I just need to justify not. I need to justify to Ella not burning $500 or sorry $800 or whatever. I can justify burning my time all I want for a fun project, for a passion project. But I just need to not justify burning $800. So fuck Kickstarter. Like, a Kickstarter is great. I'll use a Kickstarter in the future. But what if you set a goal in coffee and spread the word? You know, that's not a bad idea, actually. Because, like, I use my Patreon more than I use my coffee. Oh my god, I should have a Patreon booster pack tier. What if I had a Patreon promo tier? Oh my god. Oh my god. Would anyone join a $10 Patreon promo tier where I sent you a promo in the mail every month for Eldara? A Patreon promo tier. You got the $25 tier. Well, I could probably do one that was a Patreon promo tier for $10 or whatever. Well, $12 for shipping. And then I could do a $35 tier for people that wanted the promo plus the $25 tier. Because sending out these promos is so much fun. I fucking love this shit. That sounds a whole lot easier. Yeah, just for the promos though. But for the actual cards, I just do it. Yeah, fuck it. I do this through my print store. What am I worried about Kickstarter and shit for, bro? Coffee's a great idea though for setting up a goal for it. That's a phenomenal idea. I don't use my coffee really. I have my coffee for some like sketch requests and commissions and stuff like that. But having commissions on something like coffee, I didn't like because it couldn't reject clients. Someone would pay and then I'd have to do the art for them. And I couldn't reject them because their idea was stupid and I didn't want to work for them. So I killed my coffee real fast, but I still have it. I could use it for that. Yeah, Juju, that's a great idea actually. Do pre-sale, then for each pack that is bought, print them. I would need to go through the whole process start to finish to make sure I know I can do it properly. So I need to do some tests, and then you're right, I could just do a pre-sale. You know? That's not a bad idea. Drexia, thank you for the 7 months. I appreciate that, dude. Thank you. Goddamn. Appreciate you. That's very kind of you, my friend. Thanks, bro. Welcome to the Dragon's Claim for another month. Goddamn. Thanks, dude. Welcome back. $35 in Patreon plus tier 3. Where do I send the buddies? Dude, I'll god damn it. I'll figure it out. Yeah, and then I could do, because that'd be 12 promos a year. So that's not too much. 12 promos a year. The promos are fucking sick too. I'm having too much fun with this shit, man. I'm having way too much fun with this shit. When you wrap them into boosters, it would be even more. So I am going to be wrapping, the cards are going to come in boosters. I'm going to make paper foil boosters out of them. Right. That's why I added an extra $200 of paper for the booster packets. So I do my convention booster packs for magic items that I do are out in a Mylar package that you seal and then you like rip open and stuff. And that's fun, but it's not quite it. You know what I mean? It's not quite there. It's not quite what I want. So I want to do them in proper like paper foil booster packs. It'll be a paper foil so you can rip it and not like peel it or whatever. So it's not as like secure and official as something like Magic the Gathering. It's still like homemade. But yeah, it has to be fun, Oda. You have to have fun cracking packs. When you rip open a pack of Eldara trading cards, you have to be ripping a pack open, not just opening a thing of Mylar or whatever. This has to be dope. Okay? Right, the portrait art token this month. Can I get a Canon Eldara Foxgirl Azalea? God, stop. You want a Rokari? I don't know. I don't know how her design would have to change. Probably if you wanted a canonical Azalea or Izzy in Eldara, there'd probably have to be. So the Rokari have a very strong cultural. Think of it kind of like a cross between Hobbit and Final Fantasy XIV. Her armor would probably have to change. It's too modern, I think, for Eldara canon. I don't know. I have to think about that, actually. Rokari was summoned. Oh, shit. Yeah, you want to see official Rokari art? I'll show you a vibe for official Rokari art. The Rokari in... let's see, what was this character's name? Oh, Ify? Yeah, that's right. Ify. Yeah, not Aoife, Ify. This is more canon Rokari. So think like cozy, bundled, kind of like large proportion stuff. This is ancient art, by the way, but I think it's still fun. This was Fox's mod character. She's one of the few mods that actually got her mod character before I realized I couldn't fucking like keep up with that. So it'd have to be something, you know, think like big poncho, cloak, hoods, things like that. Thick jackets, puffy, kind of like this is the Rokari sort of like yeah, portraiture or whatever. Although even this doesn't feel like fully Astral Knight. I gotta fix some shit, man. I gotta figure this shit out. God damn it. Eco's for my favorite. Yeah, I'm glad you like her. You can make a whole palette of these packs, something like dark, and steal them at Gen Con. Ooh. I mean, Massive Blue Ball, would I buy the whole run and store in the archive? You're gonna buy the whole series of Eldara trading cards and then scalp them out on eBay. Yes, dude. I want somebody to buy a pack of and keep it sealed for an investment, air quotes investment. That's what I want. I want to have the collectors and investors for the Eldara trading cards. And it's going to be Thorkin. And Thorkin and Blaze are going to sit around with their sealed pack of Eldara trading cards. And they're going to have meetings every week talking about the market, right? We'll have to have a market chart. What I need is the first time I ever see something that I've made, a trading card or a sketch card or whatever, being sold on eBay, that's when I know I'm doing sketch inserts. I totally forgot I'm doing sketch inserts. I don't need the extra rare because I'm doing sketch insert cards. Oh my god, it works out. I realize I don't need to print the extra rare because I have sketch inserts. Oh fuck, dude, how could I forget about that? Oh my god. Stand the fact that I'm gonna get her daggers made IRL. Yeah, that's an endeavor, Fox. Well, those one knights you were telling me about before, not the Astral Knights, but the other ones who use spears. Oh, the Aldarian Knights, yeah. The Sky Knights are very particular in their uniforming, though. There's not much room. They're not great player characters because they all wear the same uniform. It's the same military outfit. I mean, there's a. You want to see the Sky Knights cards? Okay, bro, there's a base card for that. Oh, you mean the #1 card, the Aldarian Sky Knight card? Common number 1 in the Eldara Series 1 cards? Is this are these the Sky Knights you're talking about? Card #1 actually? Oh shit. Actual card #1, man. Keep it sealed? No way, I want to see the art. But I need one person to have to keep them sealed just for the meme. Right? I'm so tempted to get 1 or 2 packs and try and sell one on eBay. That dude, that'd be so fucking funny. Oh my god. Or like a complete common set or like a rare for the Eldara trading card game. And it's just you goblins buying cards from each other for $5 each on eBay. That would be fucking hilarious. Oh my god. You have the charts exactly, right? Saw your art on social media and had to follow. Your art is breathtaking and has such beautiful styles. Oh, yo, shit. Sabine, thank you for that. I appreciate that. That's such an honor. Welcome to the stream. Happy to have you here. Seriously. That means the world to me. Thank you. That's holy shit, dude. What a lovely first chat. Goddamn. That was a character named after you. I do have a character named Sabine, actually. Wait, is Sabine a card? Hold on. You might have another card for this. Is she a rare? I think. Is Sabine a rare in here? I think she's a card, right? Am I crazy? Oh, yeah. Yeah, right here. That's Sabine Kernam. So there is a look, you can get a Sabine Kernam card in the set too. All these things you guys are referencing, man. They're just This is the point, man, of the whole trading cards, is to have the art sort of like not canonized, but cataloged in trading card form or whatever. She's cute. You like her? Does it make it better or worse that she's blue? I don't have the name for her species off the top of my head, but they are blue and they have white hair. She's kind of like an Arcanian offshoot in Star Wars, I guess you could say, or a Pantoran maybe. But basically, she has blue and has cute little face markings. So I don't know if that makes it better or not. But Fox Girl Sky Knights.
Their armor looks sick.
You like it?
Evan, I need Fox Girl Sky Knight. Even if those aren't my normal kind of colors. I need this.
I could do it. You could do an Azalea, an Izzy Fox Girl Sky Knight with the cool like mask, you know, all dramatic, and the faceless justice, like a Valkyrie. They're supposed to be like somewhat semi like kind of Nordic inspiration. So you want Valkyrie Izzy, or Izzy Valkyrie mode, or arc, whatever. Yeah, there's that too. I'm glad you like it though, Azalea. Thanks 100 bits, bro. Eldara card trading channel in the Discord confirmed. Dude, I have to do this soon, don't I? I have to get on this in like June, July, or before June, July. Oh no, it's May, so before July, because June's next month. How is June next month? Oh god. Okay. Oh god. If you create a mark on eBay, just the one pack that gets bought back and forth to make eBay think it's something very special. Yeah, it's one booster pack, right? One pack of Eldara trading cards that just keeps getting bought and sold, right? And by the end of it, it won't even be a pack anymore. It'll just be a disintegrated mess of paper. So, had a player character who is a Pantoran, so that's a little freaking coincidence there. Oh shit! All right, let's go, dude. I have a bunch of different like I think one thing, Sabine, that I think that is very like cool about science fiction that fantasy doesn't really do is science fiction is more exploratory with aliens, and sometimes it's like fantasy nerds will say you introduce something like a Pantoran or a Miri Allen or a Mariluka, and a fantasy nerd will sometimes say to you something like, oh well, why, they're just blue, like that's lame. But like science fiction nerds are like, yeah, she's blue and she's got cool face markings or whatever, you know what I mean? And so I'm trying to introduce some of that into my world, because I think it's fun to have like this sort of diverse kind of like huge range of different like what people can look like, not just like elves and goblins and shit, but like, you know, really take inspiration from Star Wars, have things like Chagrians. And if you're talking about, if you know what a Pantoran is, you're probably more of a Star Wars fan then, but have like Togruta, Chagrian, like, you know, kind of inspirations within fantasy. Because like you look at Ahsoka or Darth Warlock or whoever, and you're like, these characters could easily be fantasy like options for players. So that's that race of blue folk. They're kind of based off of like that like Pantoran kind of look of the blue hair, and or sorry, the blue skin and the white hair. So there's a couple things like that, or like what's Darth Malady, Deveronian, or things like that, or whatever. So I don't know. That's cool though. That's a funny coincidence. Why is the tier not there now? Because I'm literally in the middle of stream. What do you mean? How are we going to put the tier there? I'm going to add a new Patreon tier right in the middle of when I'm okay, you guys want a promo tier? Can I do this on? Is this? You want to? Can I even do this? Can I even create a new tier right now? Log in. I don't know if I can actually like quickly like rapid fire create a tier on my Patreon right this second. I don't know if this, the sketch tier. I was here yesterday. I was not there. Oh, the sketch tier. Oh, why isn't that there? The sketch tier's not there? Really? Should be. I don't want to mess around with it and be sitting here trying to like fucking textport my own Patreon for the last remaining part of the stream, but I'll figure it out. I'll figure out where that shit went if it's not there. I'm assuming that you can't like hit the scroll thing or whatever. The $3 and the $25 tiers. Really? The fuck? There's not like a scroll thing? I see it. Well, I see all my hidden tiers too. Because I have some hidden tiers that I closed, that I let people stay at. That I have like hidden so that I don't have to do like more physical sketches. What? I'll figure it out. Cause I see them. They don't say that one doesn't say it's hidden. Says it's Gucci. All right, whatever. I'll figure it out. Yeah. Well, doing the card one would be kind of fun too. Doing like a card print tier with card nonsense and silliness all stuck in there at the same time. Either way, I think I need to go check on Puppy because she is alone because Ella left and it's 3 now. So I'm gonna end about 10 minutes early than I normally would have. But hey, man, thanks for chilling today, guys. We got some decent stuff for the class done today. Some little trinkets and shit like that. And we got. I was gonna put this on the actual sheet and we could figure it out, but we'll get to that. It's fine. Tomorrow, I don't know what we're gonna do tomorrow. We might do more of the class development stuff, or we might do some bullshit, some absolute nerdy nonsense. We shall see. But either way. Not moving some money as we speak. If I don't know, if I don't know, will it count? No, because it has to go through the print store. Unfortunately, it has to go through the print store. If it's an actual sale for the packs, it has to go through the print store for like tax reasons and shit like that. I can't do like print store. Like I can do print store rewards, but it's not good for me. And I try not to do that. So, yeah, no. But thank you, Dark. I appreciate the enthusiasm. It really means a lot, bro. I will try and commit to having pre-orders for I'll try and do my first test packs and stuff like imminently, and then I will try and have pre-orders for the packs for the trading cards up. I'm gonna say if I can by the end of May to the first weekend of June. That's like when I want to have like actual pre-orders done and then fulfillment through June, ideally, if things don't go terribly wrong. You're good, Sleep. It was awesome having you. So thanks for chilling today, guys. I appreciate it. Where's my outro? The fuck's my outro? Stream outro. There we go. All right. Cool. Well, I'll see you guys later. Shouldn't miss any streams this week because I should be good. I will miss next Tuesday's stream. I have an appointment at the hospital, and then I don't know how long that's going to take. But should full purchase. Oh Jesus, chill. Holy shit. If somebody does a full run purchase of the first edition, I will print a second edition. Like if somebody buys out, like if Dark's only needing suit like midway, and the first edition gets fucking bought out, then I will do a second edition of the fucking cards, so at least people can get them. Holy shit. Anyway, I'll see you guys tomorrow. See you bright and early. Have a great rest of your day, a phenomenal evening, whatever you're doing. I feel there's an announcement or something today. I forget. It's probably nothing important. I'll remember tomorrow. Either way, until next time, my friends, take care of yourselves, play some games, and I don't know, man, do whatever you do in the evenings. Go for a walk, bro. Get your 10K steps. We had the Conquer challenge, bro. Like I got 18K so far in 2 days on this Conquer challenge. That's 7% through the challenge. Shit. It's raining out. I got my walking pad. I'm gonna take the dog for a walk and then walk for an hour on my walking pad. Okay, bye.